Hey everyone. Welcome back to Gringotts Hub. Get ready for an amazing tale. What if Harry was summoned by Gringotts at age 5 and discovered he was the Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin-Merlin-Pendragon? Smash that like button and subscribe for more. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Summons. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Not by owl. Not slipped through a mail slot or tucked under a door. It arrived the way only the oldest magic in Britain knew how to arrive. It simply appeared, resting on the floor of the cupboard under the stairs, propped against the small boy's knee while he slept, as though it had always been there and was merely waiting for him to notice. Harry noticed it at 4 a.m, when Aunt Petunia's alarm went off 2 rooms away, and the sound startled him awake the way it always did, heart hammering, body curled tight against the wall before he was even fully conscious. He lay still for a moment, listening to the familiar sounds of the house settling around him. Uncle Vernon snoring. Dudley rolling over. The creak of Petunia's feet on the floorboards as she padded toward the bathroom. Then he looked down at his knee, and there was the letter. It wasn't made of paper. That was the first thing he registered. It was something older, something that felt like dried skin under his fingertips, though it wasn't unpleasant, just different, like touching the bark of a very old tree. The seal on the front was pressed in gold, and even in the near darkness of his cupboard, it caught what little light crept under the door and threw it back. A stylized G, with a crossed sword and key beneath it. His name was written underneath in handwriting that seemed to shift slightly as he tilted the envelope, not in a frightening way, more like watching water find its own level. Harry James Potter. The cupboard. Number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey. He could read better than Dudley even though he was a year younger and had never been allowed to say so. He'd figured out letters from the back of cereal boxes and the spines of Petunia's gardening books, piecing it together quietly because doing things too well in front of the Dursleys had a way of producing consequences. He opened the letter. The writing inside was dense and formal, full of words he didn't know, but he read through it slowly and carefully the way he did everything, and by the time he'd reached the bottom his hands were very still and his breathing had gone quiet and thoughtful. He understood maybe half of it. Words like inheritance and bloodline and irrefutable claims sat in the text like stones he had to step around. But 3 things came through with perfect clarity. His parents had left him something. A place called Gringotts had it. They wanted him to come. Harry folded the letter back into the envelope. He lay back on his thin mattress and stared at the bottom of the stairs above his head, tracing the familiar grain of the wood while he thought. He was 5 years old. He had never been to London. He had 10 pence in a crack in the baseboard that Dudley hadn't found yet, saved from dropped coins he'd spotted in car parks and pavements. He did not know how buses worked, exactly, though he'd watched them from windows. He went back to sleep, and while he slept he made a plan. 3 days later, on a Friday morning, the Dursleys left for Dudley's football thing at 8 o'clock sharp. They always did on Fridays. Mrs. Figg was supposed to come watch Harry, she always did on Fridays too, but Mrs. Figg had a cold. Harry knew this because he'd heard Petunia on the phone with her the night before, voice sharp with irritation, saying, "Well, if you're sure, Arabella, yes, I suppose he can manage an hour or 2, and Harry had lain in his cupboard thinking that an hour or 2 was all he'd need. He was packed before the car left the drive. Packed was perhaps generous. He had a plastic bag from under the sink, and inside it he had the letter. 3 biscuits from the back of the tin Petunia hadn't noticed were missing, his 10 pence, and a jumper that was Dudley's old one and therefore 3 sizes too large. He put it on anyway because mornings were cold. He waited until the sound of the car had faded completely. Then he opened the cupboard, walked through the kitchen, unlatched the back door, and stepped outside. The street was quiet. He'd counted 4 buses going past the end of the road on various afternoons when he'd been weeding, and he'd read the signs on 2 of them. One said London Central and he was fairly certain that was what he needed. He walked to the bus stop at the end of Magnolia Road. He stood there alone for 11 minutes, he counted, and then a red double-decker came around the corner and he put his hand out the way he'd seen adults do, and it stopped. The driver looked at him. "You alone, son?" My nan's meeting me at the station, Harry said. He'd thought about this part. He kept his voice flat and certain. The driver looked at him for another moment. Harry looked back, steady, the way he'd learned to look at Uncle Vernon when a scene would only make things worse, not defiant, just present. Just a fact. Victoria, the driver said. Yes please. That's 120. Harry looked at his 10 pence. Then he looked up at the driver. Something happened, he didn't know what it was or how it worked, only that sometimes when things were very important, things went the way he needed them to. A strange, warm sort of pressure moved through him, like a held breath releasing. The driver blinked. Right. Go on, sit down. Harry sat down. The bus moved. He watched Surrey give way to the M25 margins and then to London slowly assembling itself around him, taller buildings, more people, different air, and he pressed his nose against the glass and felt something he didn't have a word for yet. Not excitement. Something quieter and more permanent than excitement. Like recognizing a place you've never been. He'd never been to London in his life. He was 5 years old, and he walked from Victoria Station to Charing Cross Road by following signs and asking 2 different police officers for directions, and when both of them looked at him with the beginnings of concern gathering in their faces he said, brightly, my mum's just round the corner, she sent me ahead to check the street sign, and both officers relaxed and told him the way. The Leaky Cauldron was not on any map. He knew this somehow, had known it when he'd read the letter for the 4th time on the bus, turning over the address provided at the bottom. Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London. Enter through the Leaky Cauldron Public House, Charing Cross Road. He'd stared at that for a while and understood, in the way that he understood most things, that this required a different kind of looking. He found Charing Cross Road. He walked along it slowly, looking at every building, and when he got to the stretch between a bookshop and a record store his eyes slid over a narrow, dark frontage and he stopped. His eyes had tried to skip over it. That was the thing, there was something in his head that wanted to look away, the same way you didn't look at something bright, and he recognized that feeling from the inside because he'd felt it before, in small ways, when Petunia moved him away from something she didn't want him near. A kind of pressure that wanted to redirect him. He pushed through it like opening a door he wasn't supposed to know about. The Leaky Cauldron materialized. Grimy windows. A sign with a pot on it. A man in a robe going in. Harry followed him in. The inside was dim and smelled of wood smoke and something fermented. A barman was wiping glasses. Maybe 8 or 9 people sat at various tables, all of them wearing clothes that sat oddly on their bodies, like they were used to different shapes of fabric entirely. 2 of them glanced at Harry and then looked away. One old woman in a hat kept looking. Harry didn't stop. He'd spotted the back door. He walked through the pub with complete assurance, pushed through the back door, and found himself in a small courtyard. He stood there looking at the wall. The letter had said, tap the 3rd brick from the left of the rubbish bin, 2 up. He counted. He tapped. For a moment nothing happened and he wondered if his fingers hadn't pressed hard enough, and then the bricks began to move, folding back and outward like a flower opening in very fast motion, and Diagon Alley bloomed in front of him. He stood in the archway for a long moment and just looked. It was like someone had taken everything that existed in the world and compressed it into a street, shops stacked improbably on top of each other, windows full of things that moved and gleamed and occasionally stared back, people in robes and pointed hats moving in every direction, owls sitting on posts in broad daylight, a cart being pushed by something that was 4 feet tall and looked like it had strong opinions. He could smell hot sugar and something smoky and something green and growing and something else that had no earthly analog. He breathed it in. Something in his chest, in the very center of him, quietly and without drama, settled. He walked toward Gringotts. The bank was white marble and enormous. The steps alone were taller than he was, and he climbed them carefully, one hand on the railing that was made for someone else's height entirely. 2 guards flanked the doors, not human, he registered that immediately. They were shorter than most adults, with long clever fingers wrapped around tall spears, and their faces were structured differently than human faces, features sharp and precise, eyes dark and containing something he didn't have words for yet. One of them looked down at him. Harry looked back up. "I have an appointment," he said. He reached into his plastic bag and produced the letter, holding it up. "It says my name on it." The guard took the letter with 2 fingers and read it. His expression didn't change, but his eyes moved to Harry once more and something in them shifted, not surprise, exactly. More like the look of someone confirming a fact they had been told was true but had not fully believed until this moment. "Wait here," the goblin said, and disappeared inside. He was back in under a minute. "Come." Harry walked into Gringotts. The entrance hall was cavernous in the most literal sense. The ceiling was high enough that the upper reaches were in shadow, and chandeliers hung above everything like frozen explosions of light. Long counters stretched in both directions, and behind them, dozens of goblins were writing, stamping, examining objects, counting coins, and generally conducting the business of a place that clearly found the opinions of wizards moderately inconvenient at best. The guard led him not to the main counters but to a door to the side. Through it, down a corridor that felt older than the building above it, the walls were actual stone here, carved and unfinished in a way the polished main hall wasn't, and then into an office where a goblin sat behind a desk that was covered, absolutely covered, in parchment and ledgers and 3 inkwells and a candle that was burning a color Harry didn't have a name for. The goblin looked up. He was old, or at least his face had the quality of something that had sat for a very long time, with deep-set eyes the color of old copper coins and an expression like a magistrate who had heard every possible excuse and believed almost none of them. "Sit," the goblin said. Harry sat. His feet didn't reach the floor, so he let them hang. He put his plastic bag on his knees and waited. The goblin looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at the letter, which the guard had placed on the desk. Then he looked back at Harry. "Do you know what this is?" he said. He tapped the letter. "A summons," Harry said. "It says Gringotts Bank is notifying me that I have an inheritance. From my parents. From more than your parents." The goblin's voice was precise and dry, like old paper. "I am Director Ragnok. I oversee the oldest accounts in this institution. When the blood ward on a vault of significant antiquity activates, it comes to me." He paused. "Your vault activated 22 months ago. I have been attempting to notify you for nearly 2 years. Harry thought about this. "The owls didn't come," he said slowly. "No. They did not." Ragnok's expression remained neutral, but something in his eyes went very sharp. "The wards on your place of residence have been modified. Not by you. Not by any Potter. Male exclusion charms of considerable sophistication. My owls returned empty. My ravens returned empty. In the end I had to resort to blood call parchment, which cannot be intercepted by conventional means." He looked at Harry steadily. "It went directly to your hand." "I found it when I woke up," Harry agreed. "Yes. You would have." Ragnok folded his hands on the desk. They were long-fingered and still. "I'm going to explain some things to you, Mr. Potter. Some of it will use words you don't know. Tell me when you need something explained. Do not nod along if you haven't understood. This is not a place that rewards false comprehension." Harry appreciated this enormously. "All right," he said. "You are the heir," Ragnok said, "to the Potter line. This you likely knew, or suspected. What you did not know, what has been very deliberately kept from you, is that the Potter line is not the whole of what you've inherited. You are also, through bloodlines that our records trace back without interruption, the heir to the House of Black, the House of Slytherin, the lineage of Merlin, and the lineage of Pendragon." Harry was quiet for a moment. "That's a lot," he said. "Yes," Ragnok said, without any particular emphasis on the word, just letting it sit there like a stone. "How?" Harry asked. I'm not related to all of those people. am I? Magic doesn't follow the same inheritance rules as Muggle property law, Ragnok said. Some of these are direct blood connections. Some are due to what we call dormancy rights. When a lineage reaches its last possible inheritor and no other claim exists, the magic binds to the closest compatible bloodline. In your case, the magical compatibility is. He paused. He picked up one of his ledgers, looked at something, and set it down. Unprecedented is not a word I use lightly. I have been director of ancient accounts for 143 years. I have never seen a compatibility index of this number. Harry waited. Most wizards register between 11 and 35 on our index, Ragnok said. Your father registered a 42, which was considered exceptional. Your mother registered a 57, which was the highest I had personally processed. He looked at Harry. Your index is 194. The number sat in the air between them. What does that mean? Harry asked. It means, Ragnok said, very precisely, that every piece of old magic in Britain that has been looking for a home has found one. In you. He leaned forward slightly. It also means that you should have been brought here immediately after your parents' deaths. That you were not is, concerning, legally and otherwise. Who decided where I went? Harry asked. Ragnok looked at him for a moment with something that wasn't quite pity. Goblins didn't traffic in pity, exactly, but was something in that neighborhood. Albus Dumbledore placed you with your maternal aunt and uncle. He bypassed the Potter family will, which specified your godfather, Sirius Black, as your legal guardian. He bypassed Gringotts entirely. He paused. Our institution was not notified of James Potter's death for 11 days. The standard is 24 hours. When we finally were notified, we were informed that all guardianship decisions had already been made. Harry thought about Sirius Black, a name he'd never heard before in his life, a name he'd apparently been meant to grow up with. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs and the mail exclusion charms and the 2 years of undelivered letters. I'd like to do the inheritance thing, Harry said. The ritual. Whatever it is. Inheritance right, Ragnok said. Yes. That's why you're here. He stood up from his desk. He was shorter than Harry standing than he'd looked sitting down, which Harry found interesting rather than strange. Follow me. This will take several hours. You'll be required to give blood, a single cut, minor, on your palm. You'll be asked to hold a series of objects that correspond to each lineage. The magic will do the rest. Does it hurt? Harry asked. Not anxiously, more the way you'd ask about a medical procedure. Relevant information. Some of it, Ragnok said. A great deal less than what you've been living through, I expect. He said it simply, not as sympathy, just as fact. Harry found he liked that. He slid off the chair, picked up his plastic bag, and followed the director of ancient accounts deeper into Gringotts. The ritual chamber was far below the main bank, accessible by a mine cart that descended at a speed that made Harry's stomach lurch pleasantly, and then by a door that required Ragnok to press his palm against it and speak something in a language Harry didn't recognize. The room beyond was circular, the walls covered in carvings that weren't decorative. He could see they were writing, rows and rows of it in multiple scripts, some of which seemed to rearrange slightly when he looked at them sideways. In the center was a stone basin, roughly hip height on an adult and therefore chest height on Harry, filled with water that wasn't water. It was too still, too dark, and it reflected things that weren't in the room. 3 other goblins were present, each standing at different points around the basin. They wore formal attire, longer robes than the bank goblins above, with various chains and medals that Harry suspected had specific meaning he didn't yet know. The blood first, Ragnok said. He produced a small blade from somewhere, obsidian, black and thin, like a sliver of shadow. Your dominant hand. Palm. Tell me when you're ready. Harry held out his right hand without hesitation. Ragnok made the cut. It was sharper than he expected, not painful exactly, more a bright, clean sensation, and then warmth as the blood welled up. Ragnok guided his hand over the basin and let 3 drops fall into the dark water. The water didn't splash. The drops hit the surface and the surface absorbed them, and then the water began to move, a slow circular current, and the carvings on the walls lit up, one section first, then another, spreading outward like fire following a trail of oil. "Potter," said one of the watching goblins, reading from the wall. "Active. Primary bloodline. Confirmed." The water moved faster. "Black," said the second goblin. There was a pause. "Dormancy activated. Heir confirmed." "Slytherin," said the third, and his voice carried something different in it, not surprise, but wait. "Lineage end clause invoked. Blood compatibility confirmed." Ragnok was watching the basin with an expression Harry couldn't fully read. The water was moving very fast now, and it had started to glow, not brightly, but with a deep, sourceless luminescence, like light coming from the stone bottom. Then the room went very quiet. Then every carving on the wall lit at once. The light wasn't painful. It was warm and vast, and it came from everywhere at once, and Harry felt it physically, a wave that started in his palm where he'd been cut and moved up his arm and into his chest and then through him entirely, like something submerged in him finally surfacing. Not uncomfortable. The opposite of uncomfortable. Like the deep breath after a long time without one. He heard Ragnok say something in the goblin tongue, sharp, imperative, and heard the 3 watching goblins respond in kind. He didn't need to understand the language to understand the tone. Then the light faded, and the water stilled, and Harry became aware that he was gripping the rim of the basin with both hands, and his cut palm had completely stopped bleeding and had, in fact, closed. "Merlin," Ragnok said. His voice was absolutely level. "Lineage. Confirmed." He looked at Harry. "And Pendragon." He looked at the basin. "Also confirmed." The room was quiet. "5, said one of the other goblins. 5, Ragnok agreed. "Has this happened before?" Harry asked. He was feeling something enormous move through him, slow and warm, like a tide coming in, not frightening, more like standing in the ocean and feeling the water shift your weight without threatening to drown you. A pressure. A presence. "Not in the history of this institution," Ragnok said. "Not in any record I have access to." He was still looking at Harry with that copper-eyed steadiness. "You are the Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin, with dormancy claims activated. You are the heir of Merlin. You are the heir of Pendragon." He paused. "You are, legally and magically, one of the most significant figures in the British magical world." "I live in a cupboard," Harry said. There was a beat of silence. "Not anymore," Ragnok said. They went back up. Not to the office but to a different room, larger, better furnished, with chairs that were sized for humans as well as goblins, and a long table, and tea that appeared without anyone appearing to have made it. Harry drank 2 cups. He was hungry but didn't say so, and then a plate of sandwiches appeared alongside the tea, and he ate 4 of them with the focused efficiency of someone who had learned not to leave food on a plate. Ragnok let him eat before he spoke. "The practical matters," he said, once Harry had set his cup down. "First. Your current living situation is illegal under 3 separate sections of the Wizarding Guardianship Act of 1814. The use of male exclusion charms on an underage heir without that heir's consent or the consent of a court-appointed guardian is a criminal offense under Gringotts Charter, which supersedes ministry law in financial and inheritance matters." He laid a document on the table. "I am filing this today. The ministry will receive notice within 48 hours. "What will that do?" Harry asked. "It will force them to acknowledge that the guardianship of Harry Potter was illegally arranged. It will not, by itself, remove you from your current situation, but it begins the process." Ragnok's long fingers moved to a second document. "The more immediate avenue is your godfather." "Sirius Black," Harry said. The name felt strange in his mouth, like a word in a language he was just beginning to learn. He is currently in Azkaban, Ragnok said. He was imprisoned without trial. Harry looked at him. Without trial, he said. Yes. Harry stopped. He turned this over. That's not legal. No, Ragnok said. It is not. He was imprisoned under emergency wartime provisions that technically expired 14 months after he was incarcerated. No one pursued the matter. The ministry found it convenient not to pursue the matter. He paused. You, as Lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black, have the right to petition the Wisengamot for a formal review of any case involving a Black family member imprisoned without trial. That petition, filed under your full titles, cannot legally be ignored. All right, Harry said. Let's do that too. Ragnok looked at him. 5 years old, he was thinking something. Harry could see it in the way his expression shifted by a fraction. You understand this will attract significant attention, he said. Dumbledore will become aware that you've been here. The ministry will become aware. Certain members of the Wisengamot will not be pleased. Good, Harry said. He said it simply, no heat in it. If they arranged all of this on purpose, I want them to know it didn't work. There was a pause. Something moved across Ragnok's face. Not a smile, not quite, but the kind of expression a person makes when something they suspected turns out to be true. You are a great deal more composed than I expected, he said. I had 3 days on the bus to think about it, Harry said. You have been 5 years old for approximately 8 months, Ragnok said. I know. Harry looked at his hands on the table, small hands, one with the faint clean line of the heel cut across the palm. I don't feel like I'm 5. He said it not as a complaint or a boast, just as an observation. I think I never did, really. Ragnok was quiet for a moment. The bloodlines, he said. They're active now. All 5. The memories and knowledge stored in lineage magic don't transfer like actual memories, you won't suddenly know everything your ancestors knew. But their instincts become yours. Their magical affinities. The patterns that made them exceptional. He paused. You may find that you know how to do things you were never taught. Harry thought about the bus driver blinking. About the slow warmth in his chest that he'd always had and never had a word for. I think I already did some of that, he said. I know, Ragnok said. The bus driver on the A205 will have no memory of collecting a fare from a 5-year-old traveling alone. Harry looked at him. We have eyes in London, Ragnok said without particular apology. We've been watching for you since the blood call parchment went out. You were not in danger, but we were prepared to intervene if necessary. His expression was something between dry and something else. You didn't need us to. Harry thought about that for a moment. He thought about walking through Diagon Alley alone, about finding the leaky cauldron by pushing through the mental pressure that tried to make him not see it. About the way the ritual had felt, the tide coming in, the something in him that had been waiting. What happens now, he said. Today, I mean. Where do I go? You are a lord of 5 houses, Ragnok said. You have properties in 11 locations across Britain. You have financial holdings that, combined across all 5 vaults, amount to. He consulted his ledger. A number that would make the Minister for Magic weep if he knew it. He set the ledger down. You may go wherever you choose. Can I stay here? Harry said. Tonight, I mean. Just, while you sort things. Before it all starts. Ragnok looked at him for a moment. Gringotts is not a hotel, he said. I know, Harry said. Another pause. There are rooms, Ragnok said. Below the bank. Used occasionally for clients conducting extended inheritance processes. They are not luxurious. I lived in a cupboard, Harry said. Then they will seem exceptional. Ragnok stood up. Tomorrow morning, I will begin filing the legal documents. I will also arrange for a wardrobe appropriate to your station. You are dressed in what appears to be a flour sack with sleeves. Harry looked down at Dudley's jumper. It's waterproof, he said. It is an offense, Ragnok said, and walked toward the door. Come. You'll want to see the vaults before you sleep. It seems only appropriate. Harry slid off his chair and followed. He still had his plastic bag with 2 biscuits in it. He took one out and ate it as he walked, because he'd never been anything other than practical. The corridor beyond the door curved downward again, and the sounds of the bank above faded to a hum, and it was just Harry and Ragnok walking deeper into the earth while somewhere above London the wizarding world had no idea that everything was about to change. The vault doors, when they finally reached them, 5 adjacent chambers, each sealed with ancient metal that had been waiting a very long time, opened the moment Harry's hand touched the stone beside them. No key. No password. Just the simple recognition of blood that had finally come home. He stood in the first vault, the Potter vault, and looked at what had been kept for him. Not at the gold, though there was gold, more than he could imagine. At the other things. Bookshelves carved from some dark wood. A case of wands in various states of preservation. A mirror that showed him not his reflection but something older, a man with untidy black hair and glasses standing next to a woman with eyes exactly like Harry's own, both of them looking at him with an expression that wasn't possible for a mirror to contain and yet did anyway. His throat did something. He breathed through it. He moved on to the second vault. The third. The fourth. The fifth. By the time he was done, the candle in Ragnok's hand had burned down significantly and Harry had barely said a word, just walked and looked and let the scale of it settle into him. In the fifth vault, older than all the others, the Pendragon vault, carved walls that looked like the inside of a hillside, there was a sword. It wasn't on a display stand. It wasn't behind glass. It was resting against the far wall, point down on the stone floor, and it looked like it had been set there by someone who expected to come back for it. Harry walked over and crouched down to look at it. The blade was silver white, without a mark or rust anywhere. The hilt was gold and simple, less ornate than he'd expected, with a ruby at the pommel the color of old fire. I wouldn't touch that, Ragnok said. Harry looked at it for a long moment. He could feel it, a kind of slow hum in the air around it, something that wasn't sound. I know, he said. Not yet. He stood up and walked back to the vault entrance, and Ragnok led him back up through the stone corridors to the guest rooms, which were small and clean and had actual beds in them, with sheets, and Harry sat on the edge of the mattress in the dark for a while after the goblin left, not sleeping, just sitting. Sirius Black was in Azkaban. Had been for 4 years. Was supposed to be his guardian. His parents had left him 5 vaults and a sword and a mirror that showed them looking at him with that expression. Someone had put mail exclusion charms on his aunt's house and hidden his letters for nearly 2 years and let him keep living in a cupboard when there were 11 properties with his name on them. He lay back on the pillow. The sheets smelled clean. He thought, tomorrow then. And slept like he hadn't slept in years, deep and still and unbothered, while 2 floors above him, Ragnok worked by candlelight on a stack of legal documents that were going to make a very great number of people extremely uncomfortable. The wizarding world, which had spent 5 years congratulating itself on keeping the boy who lived safe and hidden and manageable, would have its first indication tomorrow morning that it had made a rather significant miscalculation. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, Harry Potter, Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin, heir of Merlin, heir of Pendragon, slept in a real bed for the first time in his life. He slept without dreaming. He didn't need to. Chapter 2, The Weight of Names. Harry woke up before anyone came to get him. He lay still for a moment the way he always did, cataloging sounds, checking the quality of the air, running the rapid assessment that 5 years of privet drive had made automatic. Then he remembered where he was and what had happened yesterday, and something in his chest loosened in a way it almost never did, and he got up. The room had a small bathroom off it, with actual hot water, and Harry stood under the shower for much longer than he needed to because he could. When he came back out there were clothes on the chair beside the bed, not anything grand, just clean trousers and a shirt and a jumper that were sized for an actual 5-year-old, which meant they fit him properly for what felt like the first time in his life. He put them on and sat on the edge of the bed and ate his last biscuit and waited. Ragnok came at 7 sharp. "You're already dressed," Ragnok said, looking at him. "I've been up since 5, Harry said. The director of ancient accounts looked at him with that copper-eyed steadiness and said nothing further about it. "Come. There is breakfast, and then we have a significant amount of ground to cover." The breakfast was in a small room off the corridor, and it was enormous: eggs and toast and thick-cut bacon and something Harry didn't recognize that turned out to be a goblin grain dish that tasted like porridge with ambition. Harry ate steadily and without conversation, which Ragnok appeared to find perfectly acceptable, as he was reading documents over his own tea with the same focused silence. When Harry set down his fork, Ragnok set down his documents. "Today has several components," he said. "First, we finished the inheritance process. Yesterday's ritual confirmed your bloodlines and activated your legal claims, but there are documents to sign and certain items that must formally transfer to your possession. Second, I have petitioned the ministry this morning regarding your guardianship situation. We will discuss the likely response." He paused. "Third, and most immediately, there is a second ritual." Harry looked up from his tea. "Different from yesterday?" "Yesterday's ritual was verification," Ragnok said. "It established what you are. Today's is acceptance. You must formally accept each title and everything that comes with it. The legal rights, the Wisengamot seats, the financial authority, the family magics." He looked at Harry steadily. "You don't have to. Each title can be held in abeyance until you come of age. Some advisors in my position would recommend that. But you're not recommending that," Harry said. "No," Ragnok said. "Because I have read the legal situation carefully. Your godfather is in prison. Your guardian is illegal. The vault communications were blocked deliberately. Someone has been managing your affairs without authority for 5 years, and every day that your titles sit in abeyance is another day they have room to maneuver." He set his teacup down. "You are 5 years old and this is a significant weight. But I think you already know that leaving it where it is will not protect you from it." Harry thought about the male exclusion charms. About 2 years of letters that had turned back. "Let's do the ritual," he said. The acceptance chamber was different from the verification room. It was smaller, warmer, and the walls were plain stone without carvings, just a circular room with a low plinth in the center, on which sat 5 objects arranged in a ring: a simple ring of gold for Potter, a black signet ring with a crest for Black, a silver ring worked into the shape of a serpent eating its own tail for Slytherin, a small sphere of clear glass containing what appeared to be a tiny sustained lightning bolt for Merlin's line, and a flat piece of stone the size of Harry's palm. For Pendragon, carved with a single word in Old Latin. Rex. Ragnok had 2 goblins with him this time, witnesses, he explained. The process was simple: Harry would pick up each object in turn, speak the acceptance phrase that Ragnok would provide, and if the bloodline recognized the claim, the object would bond. "And if it doesn't recognize it?" Harry said. "It will," Ragnok said. "We established that yesterday. The ritual doesn't lie." He paused. "But theoretically, an unrecognized claim would result in the object rejecting the touch, usually manifesting as significant pain." "Right," Harry said. He stepped up to the plinth. "The Potter ring first?" "Yes. Always the primary bloodline first." Harry looked at the gold ring. It was plain, a band of warm yellow gold, a small stylized P on the face, nothing ornate. His father's ring. His grandfather's ring. The line of it going back further than he could currently trace. He picked it up. The warmth was immediate, not like the title feeling from yesterday but more specific, more intimate, like a hand placed over his own. It settled onto the correct finger of his right hand without him consciously putting it there, adjusting to his size in the way that old magic did, and a sound moved through the room that was less heard than felt, a low resonant note like a bell struck far away. "Lord Potter," Ragnok said. "Do you accept the headship, holdings, responsibilities, and legacy of the ancient and most noble house of Potter?" "I do," Harry said. The ring warmed once, pulsed, and was still. He moved to the black signet. This one was heavier, and when he picked it up it felt different, less like warmth and more like standing in a wind, the magic of it less settled, more searching, like something that had been uncertain of its future for a long time and was now cautiously committing. The crest was a family coat of arms, 2 stars and a hand and Latin beneath it he didn't know yet. "Lord Black," Ragnok said. "Do you accept the headship, holdings, responsibilities, and legacy of the ancient and most noble house of Black?" "I do." The ring moved to the middle finger of his right hand. The searching feeling stabilized. The Slytherin ring was cold. He'd half expected that, and it was, not unpleasant cold, just the cold of deep water, a temperature that had nothing aggressive in it, just a depth that went a long way down. When it settled onto his right index finger Harry felt something move in him, a new register in the warmth that had been building, something old and direct and precise, like a language coming into focus. "Lord Slytherin," Ragnok said, and his voice was very careful and very neutral. "Do you accept the headship, holdings, responsibilities, and legacy of the ancient and most noble house of Slytherin?" Harry looked at the ring on his finger. He thought about the name, about what the world thought of it, what it meant in the context of the war that had destroyed his family. He thought about the fact that Slytherin had been a wizard, a person, a man who built something that lasted 1,000 years, and that whatever had been done with his name was not the name's fault. "I do," Harry said clearly. The glass sphere with the miniature lightning bolt was warm the way sunlight was warm, bright and directional and alive. When Harry curled his fingers around it, it dissolved into his skin like it was returning to a place it knew, and he felt something shift in his mind, not a rush of knowledge, Ragnok had been clear that it wouldn't work like that, but a kind of clarity, an opening, like a window in a room that had been slightly too dark. "Heir of Merlin," Ragnok said, and there was something different in his voice here, something older, something that sounded like a formula repeated across centuries. "Do you accept the gift, the burden, the craft, and the continuation of the line?" "I do." The stone from the plinth was the last one. "Rex." Harry looked at it for a moment before picking it up, because he understood, in the way that the opened window in his mind allowed him to understand, that this one was different. Not in magnitude necessarily, but in quality. The others were lineages, bloodlines, houses. This was something bigger. The word Rex didn't mean king the way a title meant king. It meant something closer to the one who holds the center when the center wants to fall. He picked it up. It didn't dissolve or resize or settle on a finger. It stayed a piece of stone in his hand, and the feeling it gave him was not warmth or cold or searching or sunlight. It was the ocean again, the tide he'd felt yesterday, but this time he was fully upright in it and his feet were on the bottom and the water moved around him and did not move him. "Heir of Pendragon," Ragnok said, quietly. "Do you accept the legacy, the duty, and the debt of the line?" "I do," Harry said. The stone went warm in his palm, and then it simply, wasn't there anymore. Not dissolved exactly. Absorbed. He had the distinct impression it had always been part of him and had merely been kept in an exterior form for safekeeping. The room was completely silent. Then all 3 goblins present spoke at once, in their own language, and the sound of it rang off the stone walls in overlapping harmonics. "Well," Ragnok said, after a moment. "That's done." Harry looked down at his right hand. 3 rings, each different, each quiet now, no glowing, no magic display, just metal and stone on small fingers. His left hand felt the absence of the Merlin sphere and the Pendragon stone differently, not empty, more replete. Like a stomach after a proper meal. "I need to learn to read Latin," Harry said. "Among many other things," Ragnok said. He looked at Harry with what might have been respect, in the way that a very old cliff face might look at a river that had found exactly the right course through rock. Come. The paperwork. The paperwork took 3 hours. Harry signed documents in triplicate on parchment that was clearly something other than paper, with a quill that he suspected was also something other than what it appeared. Ragnok explained each document before Harry signed it, not the detailed legal language, but the essential meaning, and Harry read each one himself before signing it anyway, slowly, following along to make sure the essential meaning matched the detailed language, and Ragnok watched him do this without impatience. Halfway through, Harry looked up from the 4th document. This one says Dumbledore has been drawing a quarterly sum from the Potter estate, he said. Since the year I was born. Ragnok's expression did not change. Yes, he said. Under what authorization? He listed himself as your de facto magical guardian, Ragnok said. Standard self-compensation clause for guardians of underage heirs who are not direct relatives. Harry looked at the number. He didn't say anything for a moment. And has he been acting as my magical guardian, he said. He put you in a non-magical household and had your letters blocked, Ragnok said. By any reasonable definition, no. Then I'd like that to stop, Harry said. And I'd like what's been taken to come back. I have already prepared that motion, Ragnok said. I was waiting to see if you'd notice. Harry signed the next document. Was that a test? An assessment, Ragnok said. There's a difference. A test has a failure condition. An assessment simply tells me what I'm working with. Harry considered this. And Ragnok said, without any particular inflation, I am working with something that has not existed in this institution's experience before. He slid the next document across. Sign here. They worked through the rest of the pile without drama. The financial picture that emerged was staggering. Harry had registered the word staggering in the context of numbers before, from Petunia's comments about house prices and Vernon's business talk, but he hadn't had a reference for what it felt like until Ragnok turned the final ledger summary toward him and he sat there looking at it for a moment with the stillness of someone processing something genuinely large. Right, Harry said. Yes, Ragnok said. Can some of it be used for, he thought. Legal fees. For the Sirius Black petition. Gringotts will conduct the petition on your behalf at no charge, Ragnok said. It falls under the institution's jurisdiction. He paused. But the fact that you asked about the fees before anything else tells me you understand what this process will cost in other currencies. Political goodwill, Harry said. A long pause. You have been alive for 5 years, Ragnok said. I know, Harry said. Where did you learn about political goodwill? I didn't learn it anywhere, Harry said. He thought about the window in his mind, the things he could see through it now that he couldn't before. I just know it. Is that the lineage thing? Merlin was an advisor to a king, Ragnok said. His understanding of court dynamics was unparalleled. Pendragon was the king. He closed the ledger. You may have inherited a more practical political education than most. He stood up. Come. There's one more thing before we discuss the ministry response. The room he led Harry to was a library. Not a large one, maybe 20 shelves, but every book on every shelf was old, genuinely old, the kind of old that smelled of centuries. The spines were lettered in various scripts, some in languages Harry recognized and many he didn't. A writing desk sat in the center, well lit by a lamp that appeared to be running on something other than electricity. Lineage library, Ragnok said. These books came from your 5 vaults. We moved them here this morning so you could access them during your stay. He paused. I do not expect you to read them all immediately. But there is one. He walked to the 3rd shelf from the left and pulled a thin volume, barely more than a pamphlet, bound in something gray. He set it on the desk. This was in the Potter vault, in a locked case. The lock opened yesterday, after the ritual. We believe it was meant to open when your inheritance activated. Harry came and looked at it. The cover was blank except for 2 words, handwritten in the same ink as his mother's letter had felt like, not physically the same, but the same quality of intention behind it. For Harry. He sat down at the desk. He opened it. The handwriting inside was his father's. He didn't know how he knew, he just did, the same way he'd known his mother's eyes in the mirror. Small, slightly untidy, the handwriting of someone whose thoughts moved faster than their hand. Harry, if you're reading this, the account at Gringotts has flagged your inheritance, which means the ritual has activated, which means you're there now and you know more than we wanted you to find out this young. I'm sorry for that. If things went the way we planned, you'd have read this at 11, at Hogwarts, on your birthday, with Sirius laughing at your expression. Since you're reading it early, you're going to be angry. That's fair. Be angry. Just don't let it make you stupid. Things your mum wanted me to tell you, your magic is not dangerous. It is enormous, and those 2 things are not the same. Dumbledore is afraid of enormous things that he doesn't control. He is not a bad man. He is a man who has been right so many times that he stopped questioning whether he's right. Be kind to him when you can. Be immovable when you can't. Your godfather is Sirius Black. He is the best man I have ever known, and if he's not with you right now, something has gone badly wrong and it is not his fault. Find him. He'll do the same for you. Things I wanted you to know that your mum said were too much for a letter. The sword in the Pendragon vault is yours when you're ready. You'll know when. Don't rush it. You are named for 2 of the best people who ever lived. Harry is your great-great-uncle's name, a muggle who flew planes in the First War and survived everything anyone threw at him. James is mine. We gave you ordinary names on purpose, because we knew what the bloodlines would eventually tell you, and we wanted you to have something that belonged just to you before you had to carry all of the rest of it. Be Harry first. Lord everything else second. We love you. We're sorry we're not there. Read Merlin's Principia if you get a chance, it's in the vault, and your mum translated it. Dad P.S. The Slytherin ring will feel strange for a while. That's normal. It's old and it has opinions. Harry read the letter twice. Then he closed the book. He sat with his hands flat on the cover for a moment, and something moved through him that he let move through him without fighting it, grief, he supposed, though he didn't have great familiarity with grief, only the anticipatory kind, the kind that came from missing something you'd never had. This was different. This was missing something specific. He breathed through it. He sat up straight. He opened the letter again and read the line about Sirius Black, and something settled in him that was harder than sadness, something with edges. Find him. He would. The ministry's response to the morning's petition came at 2 in the afternoon, delivered by a very official-looking owl to Ragnok's office, where Harry was sitting with a book from the Lineage library, an introductory text on wizarding law that he'd selected with some purpose, eating an apple someone had left on the desk. Ragnok opened the letter. He read it. He set it on the desk and looked at Harry. They have requested a meeting, he said. They have also questioned the legality of your presence at Gringotts without a guardian. I'm my own guardian, Harry said. He'd found this section of the inheritance law 30 minutes ago. By strict reading of the acceptance ritual you completed this morning, yes, Ragnok said. As an emancipated lord of 3 noble houses, you have legal personhood in the wizarding world. The ministry will contest this. On what grounds? On the grounds that you are 5. That's not a legal ground, Harry said. Ragnok looked at him. No, he said. It's not. Which is why their objection was worded as a request for a meeting rather than an order to return you to your guardian. He tapped the letter. They're uncertain. They have Dumbledore, certainly. He will have been notified by now and he will have opinions. But they also have our institution's petition, filed with our seal, which carries international treaty backing. He paused. And they have your titles, which are matters of public record now that the ritual is complete. So they know what I am, Harry said. The Ministry of Magic now knows that Harry Potter is Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin and holds the Merlin and Pendragon lineage claims, Ragnok said. Yes. The news will be in the Prophet by tomorrow morning. Harry thought about this. What does Dumbledore want? He asked. Specifically. What does he actually want? To manage you, Ragnok said. He has been managing the narrative of Harry Potter, the boy who survived, the symbol of the war's end, for 5 years. You are useful to him as a managed quantity. As an independent lord of 3 houses with 2 of the most significant lineage claims in British magical history, you are considerably less manageable and therefore, threatening, Harry said. Yes. Because he's afraid of what I might do with it, Harry said. Or what someone else might use me for. The latter, I believe, is his genuine concern, Ragnok said. His methods are wrong. His motivation is, more complicated. He looked at Harry. I want you to understand that he is not simply a villain. He will present himself as reasonable, as protective, as having your best interests at heart. He is very good at this. He has been very good at this for a very long time. I know, Harry said. He thought of his father's letter. He is not a bad man. He is a man who has been right so many times that he stopped questioning whether he's right. He looked at Ragnok. I don't want to fight him. I want to make it impossible for him to box me in. Ragnok's expression moved again, that almost not a smile. Then your priorities are correct, he said. What's the next legal step for Sirius? Harry said. I filed the petition for trial review this morning alongside the guardianship challenge, Ragnok said. Under the Ancient Houses Act, a seated lord of the House of Black has the right to compel Wisengamot review within 30 days. He paused. Within 30 days is the law. In practice, with the political pressure this will generate, we may be able to accelerate. What do I need to do? Harry said. Nothing today. The legal mechanisms are in motion. He paused. What I'd suggest for the remainder of your time here is education. You need a foundation before you walk into any room with the Ministry or with Dumbledore. Not because you lack intelligence, but because they will use ignorance as a weapon if they can find any. How long can I stay here? Harry said. As long as you choose, Ragnok said. You have the room. You have the library. You have this institution's resources. He paused. I would suggest that after the Ministry meets you, you will want a more permanent arrangement, one of your properties, with a proper staff. But for the immediate, I'll stay here, Harry said. He looked at his book, then at Ragnok. Can I ask you something? You may ask, Ragnok said. Whether I answer depends on the question. Why are you doing this? Harry said. The goblins, Gringotts, you have a treaty with the Ministry. Helping me this aggressively must be causing friction. Why? Ragnok was quiet for a moment. He looked at Harry the way he had the previous afternoon, that assessing copper-eyed look, as though confirming something he'd already decided. Gringotts holds 11 galleons in trust for every galleon we hold in vaults, he said. Not financial trust. What I mean is, our institution's integrity is its only currency that matters. Everything else flows from it. He paused. 5 years ago, James Potter's account should have been notified of his death within 24 hours. It was not. That notification failure was the result of external interference with our communications, interference conducted without our knowledge or consent. Harry waited. Someone tampered with Gringotts' business, Ragnok said. In all 143 years of my tenure, no external party has successfully interfered with our banking communications. No external party has had the nerve to try. His voice was perfectly level. I have a professional grievance. Right, Harry said. And, Ragnok said, with that same careful neutrality, The boy whose vaults I failed to protect for 5 years is sitting in my library at the age of 5 eating an apple and reading Wizarding Inheritance Law. He stood up. I have a personal grievance as well. He moved toward the door. Dinner is at 6. You should read the chapter on Wisengamot voting procedures next, it will be relevant. He left. Harry looked at the door for a moment. He looked down at his book, then at the 3 rings on his right hand, then at the apple in his other hand. He took another bite. He found the chapter on Wisengamot voting procedures and started reading. In the evening, after dinner, Ragnok brought someone new to meet him. She was a goblin, younger than Ragnok by what Harry estimated was several decades, with a sharper face and bright eyes and the kind of posture that suggested she found standing still vaguely offensive. Grimna, Ragnok said. Senior Counsel, Ancient Accounts. She will be handling the legal filings. Heard about you, Grimna said, looking at Harry with frank assessment. 5 of them. Never seen that. Me neither, Harry said. Ha, she said, without much humor, more as a sound of acknowledgement. She sat down uninvited and put a stack of files on the desk. Sirius Black's case. You want to know what we're working with? Yes, Harry said immediately, leaning forward. Grimna opened the first file. Imprisoned November 1981. Charged with, well, that's the thing. Never formally charged. Listed in ministry records as charged with the betrayal of James and Lily Potter and the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, but the formal charging document was never filed because there was no trial. She looked up. No trial, no conviction, no formal sentence. He's being held under an emergency war powers provision that expired in December 1982. That's 4 years of illegal imprisonment, Harry said. Yes, Grimna said. On the ministry's side, the argument will be that the war powers provision is still technically in effect under a secondary clause. On our side, the argument is that your claim as Lord Black supersedes the secondary clause, that Sirius Black was your legal guardian, and that his imprisonment without trial denied you your legal guardian, which gives you specific standing under 3 separate sections of the Ancient Houses Act. And the Pettigrew murders? Harry said. He'd read enough this afternoon to know this needed addressing directly. Grimna's eyes sharpened. That is the more interesting problem. 12 Muggles are dead. Something happened that day. The ministry's case assumes Sirius Black caused it. But. She set down the file and picked up another. There are witness reports in the Auror files from that day, never pursued in trial because there was no trial, suggesting Peter Pettigrew confronted Sirius Black, not the other way around. And Pettigrew was never found. She paused. No body. Harry was very still. Pettigrew, he said. The name felt important. He was my parents' secret keeper. According to Sirius Black, yes, Grimna said. According to Dumbledore's official version, Sirius Black was the secret keeper. Those 2 accounts cannot both be true. She looked at Harry levelly. We believe Sirius Black. Gringotts has no financial interest in which of them betrayed which, but we have significant interest in accuracy, and the accuracy of our record suggests that the Black family magic, the loyalty oaths woven into the house's foundational spells, was never violated by Sirius Black in the way it would have been if he'd sold out the Potters. Harry thought about that, about the black ring on his finger, the searching feeling when he'd put it on, the thing that had stabilized into something like resolution. He's innocent, Harry said. Not a question. We believe so, Grimna said. Proving it will require a trial. She paused. Getting a trial will require forcing the ministry's hand. Then let's force it, Harry said. Grimna looked at Ragnok. Ragnok looked at Harry with that expression again. I'll begin the forced review petition, Grimna said, making a note. It will be filed tomorrow. We'll also need testimony from me, Harry said. I can testify. As Lord Black. Grimna stopped writing. She looked at him. You understand testimony requires appearing before the Wisengamot in session. Yes, Harry said. You are 5 years old. I'm an emancipated lord of 3 noble houses, Harry said. I read the section on legal personhood. Grimna stared at him for a moment. Then she looked at Ragnok again. I like him, she said, as though this was mildly inconvenient. Yes, Ragnok said. So do I. 3 days later, sitting in the same chair in Ragnok's office, Harry met Albus Dumbledore for the first time. The headmaster of Hogwarts arrived precisely on time, which Harry suspected was itself a statement. It said, I am taking this seriously and I am not flustered, and he came alone, which might have been a gesture of trust or a statement that he didn't think he needed backup, and Harry wasn't sure which. He was tall, Dumbledore. Taller than Vernon and differently tall, not the aggressive height of someone using their size, but the height of someone who had simply been that way long enough that they'd stopped thinking about it. Long silver beard, half-moon glasses, robes in deep blue. And eyes that were everything everyone said about them, piercing, twinkly, warm, and behind all of that, something else, something careful and long-practiced and very, very smart. He looked at Harry, sitting in the chair on the other side of the desk with Ragnok beside him, and something moved through those eyes that he controlled almost immediately but not quite fast enough. Surprise. And something adjacent to it that Harry would later identify as concern, the kind that had calculation behind it. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice was warm. Genuinely warm, Harry thought, not performed warmth, but the warmth of someone who had thought about this child for 5 years and carried some version of him in their mind. I'm very glad you're safe. Hello, Harry said. Dumbledore sat down. He looked at Harry with those careful eyes. I imagine you have many questions. I have answers, mostly, Harry said. From the legal documents. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression. He'd expected a child, Harry understood, he'd been prepared for a frightened or confused 5-year-old, and he'd brought warmth and explanations accordingly, and what he'd found instead was something he needed to recalibrate for. You've been very busy here, Dumbledore said, mildly, the tone of someone buying time to think. He glanced at Ragnok, and the glance was quick and professional and contained a small, well-managed flicker of displeasure. The inheritance process was quite thorough, Ragnok said, pleasantly. So I understand. Dumbledore looked back at Harry. Harry, I want to explain some things about the decisions I made regarding where you would live. I know it may not have been, I'd rather you answered questions, Harry said. Explanations are for later. Right now I want to know about the male exclusion charms. A beat. They were for your protection, Dumbledore said. The magical world lost a great deal in the war. There were people who might have used letters to locate you, to track your movements. They blocked Gringotts, Harry said. For 2 years. Dumbledore looked at him steadily. That was not intentional, he said. The charms were broad spectrum. I didn't anticipate, they also prevented me from knowing about my inheritance, Harry said. And about my godfather. Dumbledore's expression was very careful. Sirius Black is a dangerous, Sirius Black is my godfather who was imprisoned without trial, Harry said. Not loudly, he wasn't angry, or rather, the anger was there but he wasn't going to let it drive, because his father's letter had told him not to let it make him stupid. I'm petitioning for a trial review. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then something in him shifted, very slightly, a private acknowledgement that the conversation was not going the way he'd mapped it, and when he spoke again his voice had changed, still warm but more direct, the warmth of someone who was deciding to be honest rather than managed. You are quite remarkable, he said. And I won't pretend otherwise. He paused. The decisions I made were made in a specific context. A war had just ended. I was trying to protect you and to protect the balance we had achieved. At the cost of my letters, my godfather, and my legal rights, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said, quietly. At that cost. I believed the cost was worth paying. Harry looked at him. He thought about what his father had written, be kind when you can. Be immovable when you can't. He was going to be both right now. I believe you believe that, Harry said. And I'm not going to tell you you're a bad person. But you made those choices without any authority to make them, and they were wrong, and they're going to be corrected. He paused. The guardianship challenge is filed. The Sirius Black trial review is filed. The recovery of funds drawn from my estate will proceed. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Whatever he was looking for, he appeared to find something in it, because he leaned back slightly and let out a quiet breath. The funds recovery, he said. Yes. That is fair. I know, Harry said. The trial review, Dumbledore paused. Harry. I want you to understand that the process may reveal things about that night that are, I know Sirius Black didn't do it, Harry said. And I think you know too. Another long silence. I have suspicions, Dumbledore said, very quietly. I have always had suspicions. Then testify, Harry said. Help. Dumbledore looked at him. Behind the glasses, behind the warmth and the calculation and the long habit of managing, something that might have been shame moved through his expression. Quickly, but it was there. I may, he said. He stood up. He looked down at Harry from his full height, not threateningly, just the simple physical fact of it, and said, I should have done better by you. Yes, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. He looked at Ragnok. I will not contest the emancipation filing, he said. Noted, Ragnok said. Dumbledore looked at Harry one more time. His eyes were doing something complicated. You have your mother's eyes, he said, and your father's expression when he'd made up his mind about something. He paused. I imagine you'll be very difficult to argue with. Probably, Harry said. He left. The door closed behind him. Harry sat for a moment. He looked at the 3 rings on his hand. He thought about the 30-day window on the trial review, and about a man in Azkaban who'd been there for 4 years and didn't know that any of this was happening. He'll try to slow the trial review, Harry said. Yes, Ragnok said. But less than he would have if you hadn't given him a way to help rather than hinder. He paused. That was well done. Harry picked up his book again. He was on Wisengamot procedure now, specifically the chapter on compelled review petitions. Can I learn to use my magic here, he said. Properly. While we wait. I was going to suggest it, Ragnok said. I know someone. Outside Gringotts, London moved in its ordinary Friday way, full of ordinary people who had no idea that in a room deep beneath a white marble bank in the middle of Diagon Alley, a 5-year-old with 3 rings on his right hand and the weight of 5 bloodlines in his chest was methodically, patiently, and without any particular anger, beginning to take apart the world that had been built around his absence. He'd be Harry first. Lord everything else second. But he'd be both. Chapter 3, The Man in the Dark. The hearing was set for a Thursday. Grimna had spent 2 weeks filing, counter-filing, and systematically dismantling every procedural objection the ministry threw at the petition like a goblin playing chess against someone who kept insisting the rules were different than they were. The ministry tried 4 separate delaying tactics, a jurisdictional challenge, a request for additional documentation, a sudden claim that the Emergency War Powers provision contained a subclause that superseded the Ancient Houses Act, and finally a thinly veiled suggestion that Harry's emancipation filing was itself irregular due to his age. Grimna demolished all 4 in writing, with citations, and sent the responses back within 24 hours of receiving each objection. Harry read every exchange and took notes. She's extraordinary, he told Ragnok one morning over breakfast. Yes, Ragnok said. She is also billing by the hour and you are paying her a very competitive rate, so perhaps reserve the admiration for after the trial. I admire her and I'm paying her, Harry said. Both things can be true. Ragnok looked at him over his teacup. You've been here 2 weeks, he said. I know. You read at least 4 hours every day. 5, usually. You are 5 years old. You keep saying that, Harry said. I don't think it's going to become more surprising with repetition. Ragnok set down his teacup with the precise, deliberate care of someone choosing not to react to something. The someone I mentioned, he said. For your magical education. She will arrive today. She? Harry said. Bathsheba babbling, Ragnok said. Retired. Was professor of ancient runes at Hogwarts for 31 years before she decided she'd rather do private work. She is 74 years old, she has no patience for excuses or mediocrity, and she is the single finest magical educator in Britain. He paused. She owed me a debt. This clears it. What was the debt? Harry said. She once attempted to circumvent a Gringotts security ward on an artifact she wanted to study, Ragnok said pleasantly. She was wrong about her ability to do so. I was generous in my response. Harry looked at him. Does she know she's teaching a 5-year-old? I told her she was teaching someone unusual, Ragnok said. She said that was the only kind worth teaching. Bathsheba babbling arrived at 10 in the morning and filled a room in a way that had nothing to do with her size. She was small, actually, small and sharp and angular, with white hair cut short and sensible and eyes that were the bright, direct brown of someone who had looked at complicated things for a very long time and found them more interesting than intimidating. She walked into the library, where Harry was reading, and stopped in the doorway and looked at him. Harry looked back. Ragnok said unusual, she said. He meant unprecedented. Probably, Harry said. I'm Harry. I know who you are. She came in and sat down across from him and put her bag on the table between them, a battered leather bag that clinked when it landed, suggesting an interior that defied exterior dimensions. Ragnok tells me 5 bloodlines activated cleanly. Yes. Show me something, she said. Whatever you can do. Don't try to impress me. Just show me what's natural. Harry looked at the apple on the desk. He always seemed to have an apple, and without thinking about it particularly, without reaching for anything or concentrating in the way he'd always assumed magic would require, he turned it 90 degrees with a small push of something that felt like an exhaled breath. Babbling watched. He picked up the quill from beside his book and wrote his name in the air and light, just because he could, the letters hanging for a moment before dissolving. Then he looked at the lamp in the corner, the one that ran on something other than electricity, and changed its color from warm gold to something cooler and blue. He stopped. Babbling was looking at him the way a jeweler looked at something they'd been told was valuable and were now confirming for themselves. Wandless, she said. I've never had a wand, Harry said. Wordless. I don't think I need words, Harry said. Is that normal? For someone of your bloodlines, having it come this naturally this early is not normal, she said. It's extraordinary. But it is consistent with what those bloodlines should produce in a compatible heir. She reached into her bag and pulled out a stone, smooth and gray and unremarkable. Hold this. He held it. It vibrated slightly in his palm, not mechanically, more like a tuning fork resonating to a frequency. Babbling looked at whatever reading the stone gave her, which apparently required no display at all and lived entirely in her interpretation of the vibration. Her eyebrows moved up by a fraction. All 5 are active, she said. Not dormant, not partial. Fully integrated. She took the stone back. Most witches and wizards have one primary magical affinity, the thing they're best at, the thing that comes easiest. Transfiguration, charms, potions, intuition. The bloodlines you carry each have a different primary affinity. She looked at him. Merlin's line runs to deep magic, old magic, the foundational stuff, the kind that was here before wands. Pendragon's runs to ward magic and battlefield casting. Slytherin's to parseltongue and mind magic. Potter's to intent-based charm work. Black's to versatility, Harry said. He'd read about it. The Black family were prized as battle mages because they could adapt. No single specialization. Yes, Babbling said. Which means you have 5 affinities, not 1. They won't fight each other, the compatibility index Ragnok mentioned tells us that. They'll layer. She paused. You'll be able to do things that simply don't have a category yet. Harry thought about this. Where do we start? Control, she said. Power without control is a disaster. You can move things and make light, that's instinctive, surface-level expression. We're going to build the architecture underneath it so that what you do is always what you intend. She looked at him steadily. This will take years of work. I know, Harry said. I have time. You're 5 years old, she said. Everyone keeps saying that, Harry said. Because it keeps being true, she said, with something that was almost amusement. Right. Let's begin. They worked every morning, 3 hours minimum, sometimes 4. Babbling was exactly what Ragnok had described, no patience for excuses or mediocrity, which suited Harry perfectly because he had no intention of offering either. She pushed him steadily past what felt comfortable, not cruelly but without hesitation, because she seemed to understand that comfortable was not what he was here for. On the 3rd day she handed him a set of rune tiles and told him to arrange them into a basic containment pattern. He arranged them in 40 seconds. She looked at the pattern. Where did you learn the Futhark sequence? She said. I haven't, Harry said. Is that right? It's not just right, she said. It's the Merlinian variant, which predates the standardized Futhark by 3 centuries and is not taught anywhere in the current curriculum. She looked at him. That came from the lineage. It felt like, Harry looked at the tiles. Like remembering something. Like the word for table is table and you don't know how you know that, you just do. The lineage memory, Babbling said. It's not photographic. It's more like instinct that has reasons underneath it. She swept the tiles into a new pattern and slid them back. Do this one. He did it in 20 seconds. She stopped timing after the first week because the times were becoming embarrassing for the exercise rather than informative. They moved to intention casting, the discipline of knowing precisely what you want before the magic moves, building the shape of the intention into something clean and specific rather than letting it blurt out in the imprecise way strong magic did in untrained young wizards. Harry found this easier than Babbling seemed to expect, and on the 5th day she asked him about it directly. The Dursleys, Harry said, simply. Babbling looked at him. When I did accidental magic at home, he said, there were consequences. So I learned to be very sure of what I wanted before I wanted it. He paused. I didn't know it was magic. I just thought I was, concentrating hard. Babbling was quiet for a moment. What sort of consequences, she said. Harry looked at her. He considered. The sort that made careful more important than impulsive, he said. She didn't push it. He appreciated that. They did an hour of ward theory in the afternoons. Babbling would set a ward and Harry would try to understand its structure without touching it, reading the layers of intention and magic the way you'd read text. He was good at this almost immediately, because it turned out the Pendragon lineage memory included a very sophisticated understanding of ward architecture, and by the end of the first week he was not just reading Babbling's wards but quietly identifying flaws in them that she then made him explain and then made him fix. In the evenings Harry read. He was making his way through the lineage library with systematic intent, not trying to read everything, but using the window in his mind to identify what was most immediately relevant. Wizarding law. Wisingamot history. The political structure of the current ministry and how it had evolved post-war. He wrote notes in a small journal Ragnok had provided, in handwriting that was getting neater and more certain every day. He wrote about Sirius Black in a separate section of the journal. Everything Grimna had told him, everything he'd found in the legal texts, everything the lineage memory offered up in fragments about the Black family and its history. He wrote, he has been there for 4 years. Every day the trial is delayed is another day. He looked at this for a moment. Then he underlined it and wrote, don't let the legal process make you forget there is a person in it. The Thursday hearing arrived the way important things tended to arrive: ordinary morning, ordinary breakfast, and then suddenly the moment was there and it was time. Harry wore the smallest formal robes Gringotts had been able to source on 2 days' notice, which were dark grey and fit him well enough, and he wore the 3 rings and he walked into the Ministry of Magic beside Ragnok and Grimna and did not slow his pace for anything. The ministry atrium was a lot. He'd read descriptions, but reading about marble and fountains and the golden statues that would later be replaced and the general atmosphere of a place designed to impress itself was different from standing in it at 5 years old with the ceiling 40 feet above his head. He looked at it for one moment with appropriate acknowledgement and then moved on because he had something to do. People noticed him. He was aware of it, a ripple effect, people near the atrium entrance catching sight of him and doing double takes, then looking at the rings, then looking at each other. The scar helped, he supposed, in the sense that people recognized it, and the recognition spread in a wave they walked through on the way to the lifts. Someone said his name. He didn't stop. Someone else said Lord Black and he also didn't stop, because stopping was not the plan. The Wizengamot chambers were deep in the building, past 3 security checkpoints at each of which Grimna presented documents and at each of which there was a brief attempt at obstruction and at each of which the obstruction was resolved by Grimna producing the relevant page of the relevant law and saying read from the highlighted section in the tone of someone who had done this 3 times already and found it tiresome. The chamber itself was large and tiered, stone seating in a rough semicircle, the seats currently occupied by perhaps 40 Wizengamot members who had been summoned for the compelled review, most of them in plum-colored robes with black trim. At the center, on a raised dais, sat Chief Warlock Dumbledore in his capacity as presiding officer. Beside him, on the lower bench, sat a ministry official Harry identified from his research as Bartemius Crouch Sr. Head of Magical Law Enforcement, wearing an expression like a man who had bitten into something sour and was trying to maintain composure. In the middle of the room, below the tiered seating, there was a single chair with chains, empty, currently, the chains coiled and still. Harry walked in and found the designated visitor seating, which was to the side and technically separate from the main chamber floor, and sat down with Grimna beside him. Ragnok had remained outside. Goblins did not enter Wizengamot chambers, a law that Ragnok had described as objectionable but not the battle we're fighting today. Dumbledore looked down at Harry from the presiding chair. Something in his expression was neutral with effort. Harry nodded at him. Crouch called the session to order with the tight efficiency of someone who had done this 1,000 times and found the ceremony of it increasingly burdensome. The compelled review petition was read aloud by a clerk, the full text, which was comprehensive and specific and had Harry's full name and titles in the opening line, and Harry watched several of the Wizengamot members react to the titles with varying degrees of surprise. The petition requests formal trial review of the imprisonment of Sirius Orion Black, Crouch said, on the grounds that said imprisonment was conducted without formal trial under emergency war powers provisions that have since expired, and under the further grounds that Sirius Black's status as the legal guardian of Lord Harry James Potter-Black-Slytherin, heir of Merlin and Pendragon, was materially compromised by said imprisonment without the knowledge or consent of Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin. He paused. He looked at Harry with the expression of a man recalibrating. Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin may address the chamber. Harry stood up. He walked to the center of the chamber floor. The chains on the chair didn't move, which he took as a good sign. 40 Wizengamot members looked at him. Dumbledore looked at him. Crouch looked at him with the expression he'd had since Harry walked in, which was the expression of a bureaucrat confronted with a situation his procedures had not anticipated. Harry looked back. He was not nervous. He thought about that for a moment, about the fact that he was standing in the British wizarding government's highest court at 5 years old and his pulse was steady, and he understood that the Pendragon lineage had something to do with it, the Rex quality, the standing at the center with your feet on the ground. He was grateful for it and didn't lean on it harder than he needed. Sirius Black has been in Azkaban for 4 years, Harry said. His voice was clear and carried in the stone chamber naturally, without strain. He was put there without a trial. There is no conviction on record because there was no trial at which a conviction could be made. Under Section 14 of the Ancient Houses Act, an imprisoned member of a noble house is entitled to trial within 12 months of imprisonment. By that measure, Sirius Black's trial is 3 years overdue. He paused. I'm asking you to correct that. A Wisengamot member in the upper tier, older, heavy-set, with the expression of someone who found the situation faintly absurd, said, Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin, with respect, you are 5 years old. Yes, Harry said. And Sirius Black has been wrongfully imprisoned for 4 of those 5 years. My age doesn't change the law. He looked up at the man steadily. Does it? The man opened his mouth. Closed it. The petition is legally sound, Harry said. The filing has been verified by Gringotts, whose charter supersedes ministry procedural objections in matters of ancient house law. I'm not asking for anything unusual. I'm asking for a trial that should have happened 4 years ago. He paused. Is there anyone in this chamber who would like to argue that due process should not apply to Sirius Black? Silence. Not a comfortable silence, the kind that held a great deal of privately recalculated positions inside it. Crouch cleared his throat. The ministry has no objection to the review, he said, in the tone of someone who had several objections but had just been made to understand they were unwinnable. We will require time to prepare the prosecution case. The defense requests veritaserum questioning of the accused, Grimna said from the side, without standing up, just projecting across the chamber with practiced ease. If the ministry's case rests on Sirius Black's guilt, veritaserum will confirm it. If it doesn't, then the chamber will have its answer without a lengthy process. Crouch's jaw tightened. Veritaserum testimony is not admissible as sole evidence, it is admissible as contributory evidence under Section 9 of the Magical Evidence Act of 1897, Grimna said pleasantly. And combined with witness testimony and the absence of a formal charging document, it is more than sufficient for a review panel to reach a conclusion. She paused. Unless the ministry would prefer a full trial, in which case we are of course happy to proceed that way. It will simply take longer and attract considerably more public attention. Crouch looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at him. Something passed between them, a look that had the quality of two people recognizing they were no longer driving this particular carriage. Veritaserum questioning, Dumbledore said, to the chamber. The review panel will convene in 1 week. Sirius Black will be transported from Azkaban for questioning under controlled conditions. He looked at Harry. Is that satisfactory, Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin? 1 week, Harry said. Yes. He walked back to his seat. Grimna looked at him sideways. You didn't mention Pettigrew, she said, quietly. Not yet, Harry said. I don't want to give them time to control that narrative. Save it for the questioning. Grimna made a small sound that in a human might have been a surprised laugh. The week before the questioning was the longest week Harry had known in his admittedly short life. He kept working with babbling every morning because stopping would not have helped, and he kept reading every evening, and during the days between he started doing something he hadn't done before, he started writing letters. One to Petunia, which was short and factual. He was safe. He was fine. He would not be returning to Privet Drive. He did not hold it against her specifically, he wrote, because she had been frightened and he understood that fear made people do things that were not good, but the situation was changed now and would not change back. He hoped Dudley was well. He signed it Harry and sealed it and gave it to a Gringotts owl. He spent a long time on whether to write to Sirius. He thought about what it would be like to receive a letter in Azkaban, if letters were even delivered there, which he was uncertain of. He thought about someone sitting in the dark reading a letter from a 5-year-old they'd never met who was telling them that things were changing. He wrote it anyway. He kept it simple. My name is Harry. I'm your godfather's son, which I think makes me your godson. I'm sorry it's taken this long for someone to do something about where you are. We're fixing it now. You'll be out of there soon. Harry Potter Black. He sent it. He didn't know if it arrived. He chose to believe it did. They brought Sirius Black in on a gray Thursday morning through a side entrance that the ministry clearly hoped would attract minimal attention, which meant there were only 12 people watching rather than a crowd, and Harry was one of them. He hadn't planned to be there for the arrival. Grimna had told him the questioning would be in the afternoon and he could arrive then. But he'd woken up at 4 and lain there thinking about his father's letter. He's the best man I've ever known, and eventually he'd gotten up and gotten dressed and gone. He was standing in a corridor off the holding area when they brought Sirius through. 4 years in Azkaban. Harry had read about Azkaban, the Dementors, the cold that was more than cold, the way the depression they induced could hollow a person out until what remained was more like a suggestion of a person than a person. He had read about it clinically, in legal texts, because clinical was how you read about something without letting it stop you from acting. Seeing Sirius Black in person dissolved the clinical distance entirely. He was thin. Not just thin, reduced, the word was, the way a fire was reduced when it had been burning in insufficient oxygen for too long. He moved inside the Auror escort with his head slightly down and his hands in front of him because they were manacled, and his dark hair was long and tangled, and his face had the specific quality of someone who had been in tremendous pain for so long that the pain had become the texture of everything. He was 31 years old. He looked 60. Then his eyes came up, searching the corridor the way the eyes of someone accustomed to danger moved through a space, and they found Harry standing there. Harry watched it happen. The recognition was not immediate. It moved across Sirius's face in stages, like light crossing a surface, first the scar, then the eyes, then the general shape of a face that looked like James Potter's face and Lily Potter's eyes combined, and then something that had nothing to do with recognition and everything to do with what happened when a person who has given up encounters something they had stopped believing was possible. The Aurors kept walking and Sirius moved with them because there was no choice, but his eyes stayed on Harry until the corridor turned and took him out of sight. Harry stood where he was for a moment. He looked at the empty corridor. Something was very clear in him suddenly, not anger, sharper than anger, cleaner. The particular kind of clarity that came when something that had been theoretical became real. He turned and walked toward the questioning chamber. The questioning room was smaller than the Wizengamot chamber. A table, several chairs, 2 Aurors by the door. A ministry potions expert at a side bench with the Veritaserum, a colorless solution in a small glass phial. Crouch at the head of the table, Grimna across from him, and a 3-person review panel along one side, 2 Wizengamot members Harry recognized from the previous session and a third, older woman he identified from his research as Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Legal Review Office, with a reputation for being approximately as movable as stone architecture. Harry sat next to Grimna. He placed his hands flat on the table and waited. They brought Sirius in. The manacles had been replaced with a monitoring bracelet, which was marginally better. He sat across from Crouch and Harry was 2 seats to his left, and when Sirius's eyes found him again across the table something moved in the older man's face that Harry chose not to look away from. "Hello," Harry said. Sirius Black stared at him. His voice, when it came, was hoarse from disuse and had an echo of something in it that was trying to locate itself. You're really Harry." "Yes," Harry said. "I'm sorry it took this long." Sirius looked at him for a moment longer, and then he made a sound that was trying to be a laugh and got most of the way there before it ran out of strength. "James's kid," he said, very quietly. "Of course you be the one who showed up." "Your testimony will begin in a moment," Crouch said, with the air of someone trying to restore procedure. "The Veritaserum will be administered. I'll take double the dose," Sirius said. He hadn't looked away from Harry. "I have nothing to hide." The potions expert administered the serum. Sirius's eyes went slightly unfocused and then steadied, and what Crouch found when he began the questioning was exactly what Harry had told the chamber he expected to find. Under Veritaserum, Sirius Black stated, that the secret keeper for the Potters was not himself but Peter Pettigrew, at Sirius's own suggestion, because he had thought himself too obvious a choice and had trusted Peter absolutely. That he had gone to find Peter after James and Lily died, not to flee but in grief and fury. That Peter had confronted him in a Muggle street and had blown the street apart himself with a curse to his own back before transforming. Peter Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus, a rat, and disappearing into the rubble and the sewers. That the 12 Muggles had died in Peter's explosion. That Sirius had laughed when the Aurors arrived not because he was guilty but because the joke was so terrible. I suggested Peter as secret keeper. I got them killed by trying to be clever. Under Veritaserum, without the capacity for performance, it sounded like what it was, the statement of a man who had been eating that specific guilt for 4 years. Amelia Bones asked the questions. She was precise and unemotional and she followed each answer to its logical next question with the focus of someone genuinely trying to find the truth rather than confirm a position. When she was done, she sat back and looked at Crouch. Crouch's face was the face of a man doing significant mathematics very quickly. The panel requires 10 minutes for deliberation, Amelia Bones said. It took them 7. When they came back, Bones spoke. The evidence on record, combined with Veritaserum testimony, provides no foundation for the criminal conviction of Sirius Black, she said. As no conviction was ever formally recorded, there is nothing to overturn. The imprisonment is found to have been conducted illegally under expired emergency provisions. She looked at Crouch. Mr. Black is to be released immediately and his ministry records cleared. The Auror Department will be required to file a formal explanation of how this case proceeded as it did. Crouch opened his mouth. Immediately, Bones said. The manacles came off. Sirius Black sat at the table and looked at his own hands and Harry watched him do it, watched the moment when the reality of it arrived, when it was no longer theoretical. He looked like someone standing outside for the first time after a very long winter, not yet warm, just aware that the cold had stopped. Harry stood up. He walked around the table and stood beside the chair. Sirius looked up at him. He looked terrible. He smelled of Azkaban, which Harry had no prior point of reference for but registered immediately as something he wanted to remove from the equation. He was shaking slightly, not with cold, with the specific tremor of a body that had been through something that should not be survivable. But his eyes, when they looked at Harry, had something in them that Azkaban had not managed to get to, something still bright, still there, like an ember in a lot of ash. I got your letter, Sirius said. His voice was rough. They delivered it. First thing that came in 4 years. He paused. I read it so many times the paper went soft. Harry nodded. How are you doing this? Sirius said. You're 5. I know, Harry said. You look just like James, Sirius said, and his voice went very quiet on the name. Same face. Different eyes. I know, Harry said again. Sirius reached out and put his hand on Harry's shoulder, tentative, the touch of someone relearning that contact was allowed, and Harry let him, stood steady under it, because the Pendragon quality was useful right now, the standing at the center, the being something that didn't shift. I'm going to get you cleaned up, Harry said. And fed. And sorted. And then you can fall apart if you need to, once the practical stuff is done. Sirius Black, the man who had ridden motorcycles and done the most inadvisable things with the most inadvisable people at Hogwarts for 7 consecutive years, who had been James Potter's best friend and a Black by birth and an opposite of everything his family stood for, made a sound that was definitely a laugh this time, small and raw and real. Bossy, he said. That's your mum. I'll take that, Harry said. He walked toward the door. After a moment, Sirius stood up and followed, and Harry heard the specific quality of each step, the slight hesitation, the relearning of movement in open space, and slowed his own pace without making a thing of it. In the corridor outside, 2 journalists from the Prophet were waiting, which was fast work and not entirely surprising. They had a photographer. Harry stepped in front of Sirius before they could close in. A brief statement, Harry said, to the journalists, in the tone he'd found through 2 weeks of reading and 1 Wisengamot session, not aggressive, not performed, just the voice of someone who assumed they were going to be listened to and was generally right. Sirius Black has been cleared of all charges following Veritaserum questioning and review panel findings. He was imprisoned illegally without trial. That the system failed him is a matter of public record now. I will be making a fuller statement tomorrow through Gringotts. That's all. The journalists both started speaking. Harry looked at them pleasantly and waited, and the pleasant steadiness of the look was apparently more effective than if he'd been unfriendly, because they both stopped. Tomorrow, Harry said. Thank you. He moved them through and out and into the atrium, and when Sirius felt the space open up around him, the high ceiling, the more open air, he stopped walking for a moment, just a moment, and Harry stopped too and waited without comment while the man remembered what it was like not to be in a cell. Then Sirius started walking again, and they went to the floor together, and Ragnok was waiting on the other side with the particular expression of someone who had arranged a great many things on very short notice and found the successful completion of an operation professionally satisfying. Mr. Black, Ragnok said. I've taken the liberty of arranging appropriate accommodation and medical care. Sirius looked around the Gringotts entrance room, the high ceilings, the cool air, the sense of something ancient and unassailable in the stone. Gringotts, he said. For now, Harry said. We'll figure out something more permanent when things are more settled. Sirius looked at him again. The look he kept giving Harry had a quality to it that was hard to describe, something that kept finding and then refinding its own surprise, like a person repeatedly touching a window they'd thought was solid and finding it glass. Your dad would have loved this, Sirius said. Absolutely lost his mind. In the best way. Harry thought about the letter in the small book, the best man I've ever known, and nodded, because there wasn't anything to say to that improved on the silence. That evening, while Sirius was being seen to buy the healer Ragnok had arranged, Harry sat in the library and wrote in his journal. He wrote, Sirius is out. For years. He's thin and shaking and he laughs like someone remembering how. He paused. I think he's going to be all right. Not immediately. But eventually. Another pause. Pettigrew is alive. He's a rat. Somewhere. He underlined that twice. That matters later. He sat back and looked at the ceiling. Babbling session tomorrow would be on anchored casting, using a specific intention foundation so that complex spells maintained integrity under pressure. He'd been looking forward to it, and he was still looking forward to it, because the work was good work and it needed doing. He had Sirius. He had Grimna and Ragnok and babbling. He had his name and his titles and 3 rings on his hand and the weight of 5 bloodlines and a sword in a vault that he wasn't ready for yet. He had his father's voice from a page telling him to be Harry first. He was working on it. He picked up the lineage library's copy of what Ragnok had mentioned, Merlin's Principia, his mother's translation, a slim volume with her handwriting in the margins, and opened it to the first page. Her handwriting was smaller than his father's and more precise, and she'd written notes in the margins throughout, not just translations but reactions, questions, occasional small challenges to the text. He ran his fingertip along a margin note on the 3rd page that said, This assumes the caster's will is the limiting factor, but what if it isn't? What if the limit is the intention? He read that note 3 times. He picked up his quill and in the margin below it, in his own small careful handwriting, wrote, I think you were right. Then he kept reading, his godfather 2 floors above him sleeping for the first time in years in a real bed, the sword waiting in its vault, the wizarding world rearranging itself around the shape of what was coming, and London going on outside in its ordinary way, entirely unaware. Chapter 4, The Shape of Magic. Sirius ate like someone who had forgotten eating was allowed. Not frantically, he had too much dignity left for frantic, but with a steady, focused attention that suggested his body had taken over the decision-making process from his mind and was now working through a backlog of 4 years of missed meals with grim determination. Harry watched this from across the breakfast table on Sirius's third morning at Gringotts and said nothing about it, because there was nothing useful to say and because the healer Ragnok had already told Harry privately that Sirius's physical recovery would take months and that the best thing anyone could do was let him eat and sleep and not make it a conversation. The healer's name was Phillida Spore. She was the kind of healer who communicated primarily through eyebrow positions and who had the bedside manner of someone who had seen everything twice and found most of it fixable given sufficient time and decent nutrition. Harry liked her immediately. "He's going to get sad," she told Harry on the second day, matter-of-factly, while Sirius was sleeping. "The Dementors suppress everything, grief, joy, all of it. When they're gone, everything comes back. It won't be orderly." "I know," Harry said. Spore looked at him. "You're 5. "I keep being told that," Harry said. "I'm telling you because the emotional recovery of a grown man is not your responsibility," she said. "You can be present. You shouldn't be the foundation." "I'll try," Harry said, because she was right and he knew she was right and he also knew that this was easier to agree to than to actually do, because the thing about someone needing a foundation was that you either were one or you weren't, and you didn't entirely get to decide. On the fourth morning, Sirius came to breakfast looking like he'd slept badly and sat across from Harry with his tea and said, "Tell me about the Dursleys." Harry spread butter on his toast. "What specifically?" "Specifically," Sirius said, "what was it like?" Harry looked at him. Sirius's jaw was set in a way that suggested he'd been working up to asking this since he woke up and possibly before that. His eyes had the quality they'd had in the questioning room, that ember in the ash, still bright. "Cupboard under the stairs," Harry said. "They fed me, technically. Hand me down everything, all of Dudley's old things which were 3 sizes too large. I did the cooking in the garden from when I was 3. They didn't hit me." He paused. "They made me feel like I was nothing. That was more or less constant." Sirius put his teacup down. "The male charms meant I didn't know about the vaults or you," Harry continued. "Otherwise I'd have been here sooner. I think." He looked at his toast. "I don't know. Maybe. I was managing." "You were 5 years old in a cupboard," Sirius said. "I know," Harry said. "I've since upgraded." The look on Sirius's face was doing several things at once: grief, guilt, anger that had no productive outlet, and something else, something that was working through the guilt and coming out the other side into something more useful. His hands on the table were very still. "James made me promise," Sirius said. "The night before, he made me promise I'd look after you if anything happened. I said nothing was going to happen. He said just promise, and I said fine, I promise, and then I went home and I went to sleep and the next morning he stopped. He picked up his tea. He took a careful sip. 'I'm going to be your guardian,' he said. 'Properly. If you want that. That's why I got you out,' Harry said. Sirius looked at him. 'I mean, that's not the only reason,' Harry said. 'The other reason is that you were wrongfully imprisoned and that was wrong and needed fixing. But also. Yes. You're my godfather. You're supposed to be here.' He paused. 'My dad wrote a letter. It was in the vault. He said find you.' Sirius made the sound again, the one that was trying to be a laugh and mostly got there. 'Course he did,' he said. 'He'd have written instructions for everything. Lily too. Was it extremely well organized?' 'One of them was better organized than the other,' Harry said. 'Lily,' Sirius said immediately. 'Lily,' Harry confirmed. Sirius smiled. It was the first real smile Harry had seen from him, not managed, not effortful, just present, and it transformed his face in a way that made Harry understand suddenly what Sirius Black must have looked like before 4 years of Dementors had done their work. Still mostly ruined right now. But the blueprint was visible. Babbling arrived that morning to find Harry already in the library doing something she hadn't assigned him, which was becoming a pattern she seemed to find simultaneously impressive and mildly inconvenient from a planning perspective. He'd been working on containment wards. Not from a textbook, he'd read the textbook section, retained it, and moved on to practical experimentation, which involved setting a small magical charge in the air and then building a ward around it so precisely that the charge could not dissipate outward. He'd done it 4 times with varying degrees of success and was making notes on the failures when babbling came in. She looked at what he was doing. She pulled up a chair and watched him do it a 5th time. The ward held. The charge sat inside it, contained, stable, the faint blue glow of it visible through what was essentially invisible architecture. "Third ward layer," babbling said. "What's the binding intent?" "Permeability at 0 in all directions except the base," Harry said. "So it can touch the surface it's sitting on, but nothing comes in or out through the walls." "What are you using as the foundation rune?" "Soilo," Harry said. "But I modified the orientation," babbling. "The standard texts put Soilo facing outward for ward containment, but I think that's wrong. The energy flows better with it facing the center." Babbling looked at the ward. She looked at Harry. "The modification is from the Merlinian variant," she said. "Yes. From the tiles last week. Once I understood the difference in the orientation logic, it changed how I was reading a lot of the other standard forms." "You've been using the Merlinian variant for a week," babbling said, "and you're already applying it to ward construction without prompting. Is that wrong?" Harry said. "It's not wrong," she said. "It is 4 years ahead of where you should be." She pulled out her stone assessment tool and held it near the ward. It vibrated in her hand. Her eyebrows moved. "The integrity is, yes. That's a solid ward." She set the stone down. "All right. We're changing today's plan." She reached into her bag and produced a small iron box, about the size of a hardcover book, sealed with 3 locks that had no keyholes. She set it on the table. "Open it," she said. Harry looked at it. He looked at the 3 locks. He could feel the ward structure on it from where he was sitting. It was layered, intentionally complex, not the simple security wards of a standard lockbox but something built by someone who knew what they were doing. 3 distinct layers, each one using a different magical framework. He looked at the bottom layer first. Felt its logic. Found the intent foundation of it, a keyed resonance, meant to respond to a specific magical signature. He couldn't fake that signature, but he didn't need to. He found the architectural weakness in it, the place where the rune orientation created a gap in the permeability, and he applied a very specific counterintention there. The first lock clicked open. The second layer was trickier, a pressure ward, designed to activate if the first lock opened without the keyed signature. The activation mechanism was tied to a tripwire intention. He paused the ward on it without triggering the tripwire, the way you'd stop a falling glass mid-fall, and then unwound the activation mechanism from the inside out. The second lock clicked. The third was the most elegant. He spent 40 seconds on it, which was the longest he'd taken. It was a Merlinian variant containment ward, modified, very well modified, actually, and it took him the 40 seconds to recognize what it was and then another 10 seconds to understand that whoever had built it had made one assumption about its structural logic that wasn't quite right. He corrected the assumption, from the outside, like solving an equation by supplying the missing variable. The third lock clicked. He opened the box. Inside was an apple. Harry looked at it. He looked at babbling. "I put a snack in there this morning," she said. "I hadn't decided whether to use it as a test or just eat it later." She was looking at him with the expression she'd had on the first day, the jeweler confirming value. 40 seconds on the third lock. "It was well made," Harry said. "The second layer was almost too good. I think you built that one." "I did," she said. "The third was from an 1879 goblin-crafted specimen I borrowed from the Gringotts collection." Harry handed her the apple. "How fast should that have taken?" he said. Babbling took the apple and didn't eat it, just held it. A skilled ward breaker at Newt level, she said, typically takes 10 to 15 minutes on a 3-layer box of this complexity. She paused. A Gringotts ward breaker, professional, experienced, takes 3 to 5. Harry nodded. Right. You took 2 minutes and 30 seconds total, Babbling said. The first 2 layers were straightforward, Harry said. Once I understood the logic of the system, the individual locks were just applications of the same principle. Babbling looked at him for a long moment. Not for the first time, she seemed to be navigating some internal tension between the educator's instinct to slow down, build foundations, ensure nothing was skipped, and the reality of what was sitting across the table from her, making the whole concept of gradual progression somewhat theoretical. You have instincts from 5 different lineages active simultaneously, she said. Most of the time these will work together. Occasionally they'll push in different directions. Do you experience any conflict between them? Harry thought about this. Sometimes, he said. The Slytherin affinity wants to solve things through the most direct path. The Merlin lineage wants to understand the full architecture before touching anything. They argue. And which wins? Merlin, usually, Harry said. Because the Pendragon lineage is better at waiting than the Slytherin one. Babbling looked at him steadily. You talk about them as though they're distinct voices. They're not voices, Harry said, thinking about how to explain it. More like, you know how you can think in words and also think in images and also think in something that's neither. They're like that. Different registers. And they're all yours. They're all me, Harry said. Babbling put the apple down. Today we're going to work on something specific, she said. You've demonstrated instinctive casting, ward work, and, apparently, advanced lock theory. What we haven't worked on is your capacity under resistance. Resistance? Harry said. Magic under pressure, she said. When something or someone is actively working against what you're trying to do. The Pendragon lineage is your strongest asset in pure casting power, and the Merlin lineage in architectural precision, but neither of those matters if you freeze or lose structure when something pushes back. She reached into her bag again and brought out a set of rune stones, but these were different, heavier, darker, the script on them in a script Harry didn't recognize. These create active counterwards. Not aggressive, but resistant. Everything you build against them will be opposed. She set them in a ring on the table. Immediately Harry felt the low-level push of them, a constant, mild resistance against his magical awareness, like walking into a headwind. Build me a containment ward inside that ring, she said. He started. The resistance made everything slower, not dramatically, but distinctly, like building with slightly heavier materials. He found the intent foundation, started laying the framework, and the counterwards pushed against his architecture, and he had to be more precise than usual, more deliberate, compensating for the resistance by making his intentions cleaner rather than stronger. He got halfway through and the structure destabilized. He started again. It took him 7 minutes to complete a ward that should have taken 2. When it held, really held, against the counterwards, stable and clean, he sat back and breathed out. Good, Babbling said. Again. They did it 14 times over the next 2 hours. By the 14th, his time was under 3 minutes and the ward integrity was higher than his unresisted attempts from earlier in the week. Pressure improves precision, Babbling said, at the end. This is true for most strong magical talents. The resistance teaches you to build better rather than build harder. She paused. Most students, when something resists, try to overpower it. You adapted. Overpowering it doesn't teach me anything, Harry said. And it doesn't tell me if the structure is actually good. Babbling was quiet for a moment. Where did that understanding come from? Harry thought about the cupboard. About learning to be careful, to be precise, to not waste effort. Not from the lineages, he said. Babbling nodded, once, and didn't pursue it. 3 weeks after Sirius's release, they moved. The property Harry chose from his 11 options was called Linwood, a house in the Scottish Highlands, 2 hours from Inverness, set in a valley that had the quality of somewhere that had decided to be beautiful without consulting anyone about it first. The main house was stone, old in the comfortable way that old stone was old, and it had been maintained by the Potter family estate management for the years it had sat empty, so it was clean and structurally sound and simply needed, life, was the word Harry thought. It needed to be lived in. Ragnok oversaw the move with the efficiency of a general managing a logistical campaign, and Grimna produced the property transfer documentation that officially placed Linwood under the direct authority of Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin, which meant the wards responded to Harry and the ministry had no legal access without an invitation. Harry upgraded the wards himself on the first day. He spent 4 hours on it, walking the perimeter with babbling, watching and making notes, layering intent after intent into the existing foundation, building something that was architecturally more complex than anything he'd attempted before. When he was done, Babbling tested the perimeter and came back looking thoughtful. "These are better than the Hogwarts perimeter wards," she said. "The Hogwarts wards are from the Founders' period," Harry said. "They're architecturally sound but the intent framework is outdated. The assumptions they make about threat categories don't account for modern intrusion methods." "Harry," Babbling said. "Yes. You have been studying ward theory for approximately 3 weeks. And before that I read the chapter on it twice," Harry said. "And the Pendragon lineage memory has a fairly comprehensive understanding of fortress ward construction." "Fortress," Babbling said. "You used the word fortress." "It's a house with a child in it," Harry said. "I want it defensible." Babbling looked at the perimeter, looked at Harry, and appeared to privately recalibrate something in her worldview. "Right," she said. She made a note. Sirius came out of the house while they were talking, wearing borrowed clothes that were still slightly too large and eating a piece of toast with the focused dedication he brought to all meals. He looked at the ward line, invisible, but perceptible to anyone magical, a faint shimmer if you knew where to look, and raised his eyebrows. "Did you do that?" he asked Harry. "Yes," Harry said. That's better than the ministry's standard safehouse protocol." "Yes," Harry said. Sirius looked at the ward again. Something moved in his face, surprise, but also something else, something that Harry was learning to identify as Sirius's particular form of pride, which was involuntary and came through whether he meant it to or not. "Your dad could build a solid ward," he said. "Your mum was exceptional." "You're both," Harry said, because it was the most accurate thing. Sirius took a bite of toast and nodded, like this was simply a fact to be integrated into his revised understanding of the world. He was doing this more often, revising, reorienting, finding the new positions of things. The shaking had mostly stopped. He slept better. Spore visited twice a week and reported cautious progress. He still had mornings that were hard. Harry didn't make those mornings easier by talking about them, which Sirius seemed to find helpful, and instead made them easier by having breakfast ready and keeping the conversation either absent or about specific practical matters that gave Sirius something concrete to think about. Harry was not, technically, the foundation. But he was a reliable surface, and that turned out to be sufficient. The letter from Dumbledore arrived in the second week at Linwood. It was long and well written and managed, in a single piece of parchment, to simultaneously apologize for the past, explain the reasoning behind it in a way that was at least partially persuasive, and suggest, very diplomatically, with layers of kind language over it, that Harry might benefit from a more structured arrangement for his education and development, one that Dumbledore might help facilitate. Harry read it twice. He wrote a response on a single piece of parchment that said, "Thank you for writing. My education is currently handled. I will correspond with you further when I have something specific to discuss. Best regards, H. Potter-Black." He sent it. He didn't hear back for 2 weeks, which was itself a kind of response. The Prophet ran a story on Sirius's release and Harry's involvement in it, which was inevitable and which Harry had to some extent prepared for by giving his statement through Gringotts. The story was mostly accurate, which was a surprise. The photograph they used was one taken in the ministry atrium during Harry's first visit, him walking through with Ragnok, the 3 rings visible, looking straight ahead. He looked, in the photograph, approximately 12 years old in posture and expression and approximately 5 years old in physical size, and he thought the combination probably accounted for the specific quality of the public response, which was overwhelming. Letters arrived at Linwood's ward perimeter and were stopped there. Owls arrived and were politely redirected. 2 journalists attempted to reach the property through the access road and were turned back by the wards with enough insistence that they didn't attempt it twice. "You're famous," Sirius said, watching the 3rd owl of the morning be redirected. "I was already famous," Harry said. "I didn't do anything about the fame before. I don't particularly intend to start." "The prophet called you the most significant figure in the British wizarding world since Merlin," Sirius said. "In those actual words." "They didn't know about Merlin," Harry said. "They do now. It makes sense they'd use the comparison. You're 5 years old and they're comparing you to Merlin. Technically I'm the heir of Merlin's lineage, which is a different claim than being Merlin," Harry said. "Though I understand why they're using the shorthand." Sirius stared at him for a moment. "James," he said, to no one in particular. "James, your son is a complete nightmare, and I mean that as the highest possible compliment." Harry smiled. He was getting better at that, not performed smiles, which he'd never really done, but real ones, which had been thin on the ground for 5 years and were becoming less rare. The Parseltongue arrived on a Tuesday, 3 weeks into Linwood. Harry was in the garden. Linwood had a proper garden, which he'd taken a proprietary interest in because 5 years of Petunia's garden had given him opinions about soil preparation and drainage, when he found the grass snake near the wall, a young one, doing the thing that grass snakes did, which was moving around purposelessly while looking purposeful. He looked at it. It looked at him. He said, without deciding to, "What are you doing?" And it said, in a way that was not quite sound but was nonetheless entirely comprehensible, "Warm here." Harry looked at his hand. He looked at the Slytherin ring. "Fair enough," he said. The snake did a small full-body shrug of agreement and continued warming itself. He told Babbling about it that afternoon. She put down her notes and looked at him with the jeweler's expression. "How did it feel?" she said. "Like speaking normally," Harry said. "But different, more physical. More immediate." He paused. "Like the way you think in images rather than words, but for communication instead of thought." "Parseltongue is not just a language," Babbling said. "It's a magical frequency. Slytherin's primary affinity, as I mentioned, but more specifically, it connects to a type of deep magic that operates through intent and living things. Merlin's lineage ran parallel work through plants and earth. The overlap between those 2 affinities in you will be," she stopped. She made a note. "We'll work on that next month." "Is it dangerous?" Harry said. "The ability itself?" "No," Babbling said. "The public perception of it is another matter. Parseltongue is currently associated almost exclusively with the dark arts and with Voldemort." She said the name without flinching, which Harry noted and appreciated. "People will react." "Then I won't perform it for anyone," Harry said. "That's easy enough." Babbling looked at him. "You're not bothered by the association?" "The Slytherin ring felt like cold water," Harry said. "Deep water. Cold water isn't dark, it's just deep." He looked at his hand. "Names aren't what things are." Babbling made another note. Then she said, mildly, "Your mother wrote something similar in the margins of the Principia." Harry looked up sharply. "I borrowed it," Babbling said, without apology. "Ragnok let me." "You were asleep." She looked at him levelly. She was brilliant. The translation alone would have been a major academic contribution. The annotations are, they're the work of someone who understood how deep magic actually functions in a way that most of Hogwarts' curriculum has always missed. She paused. "You have her brain, I think." Your father's instincts, your mother's analytical framework. And 5 other people's muscle memory, Harry said. Yes, Babbling said. Which is why you're going to be extraordinary rather than simply exceptional. She picked up her notes again. Today we're going to work on nonverbal transfiguration. Not basic transfiguration, I want to work on transfiguration at the molecular level, changing the actual composition of something rather than its surface form. It requires very precise intent architecture, and I want to see if the Merlin lineage gives you the instinct for it or if we need to build it from foundations. She set a pebble on the table. Make it water, she said. Harry looked at the pebble. Stone to water, that wasn't surface transfiguration, that was fundamental restructuring, rearranging the very logic of what something was. He went still the way he did before difficult work, and found the Merlin register, the one that wanted to understand the full architecture before touching anything. The pebble's logic was this: compressed minerals, specific crystal structure, specific elemental composition. Water's logic was different: mobile molecules, a different kind of cohesion, a different relationship with gravity. He found the gap between the two logics. He built a bridge. The pebble didn't dramatically transform. It didn't glow or crack or make any sound. It simply changed, gradually but clearly, its edges softening, its form losing definition, until what sat in the center of the table was a small pool of water catching the afternoon light. Babbling looked at it. She looked at Harry. How long did that take you? She said. Harry checked. About 90 seconds, he said. That took me 4 months at Newt level, Babbling said. The first time I managed it took me 3 attempts over 2 days. She touched the water with one finger. It's complete. Full molecular restructuring, not a surface glamour. The Merlin register made it easier, Harry said. I could see the architecture of both states clearly. Once you can see both, the bridge is just logic. Magic is not just logic, Babbling said. No, Harry agreed. But logic is part of it. And the part that isn't logic is intent. And intent is, he paused. Basically all I am, right now. Babbling was quiet for a moment. Outside the window the Highland afternoon was doing what Highland afternoons did, cycling through 3 weathers in the space of an hour. Light came through the library window in long slanted bars that moved as clouds passed. You're going to go to Hogwarts, Babbling said. It wasn't a question. In September, Harry said. When I'm 11. Yes. That's 6 years from now. I know. We have 6 years, Babbling said. I want to use them. So do I, Harry said. There will be things I push you on that will feel like they're below your current level, she said. Foundation work that seems slow compared to what you can already do. I need you to trust the process. I do, Harry said. She looked at him steadily, the way she always did when she was confirming something rather than discovering it. Good, she said. Now make it a pebble again. Harry looked at the water. He made it a pebble again in 40 seconds. That night, Sirius knocked on his bedroom door. Harry was sitting at his desk writing in his journal, something he did most evenings before sleep, and he said come in, and Sirius came in and looked around the room, which was neat, books stacked in specific order, a chart of rune variants on the wall next to a map of Wisingamot voting blocks that Harry had drawn himself, the journal open on the desk. Sirius sat on the edge of the bed the way adults sat when they were working up to something. I heard from Remus, he said. Harry turned in his chair. He knew about Remus Lupin. Sirius had mentioned him a handful of times, carefully, the way you mentioned someone whose location and situation you weren't entirely certain of. James's other friend. Former Hogwarts professor, briefly, before the war. Werewolf. How is he? Harry said. Alive, Sirius said. Which is, he's been having a hard time. Being what he is. He paused. The laws aren't kind to werewolves. Never have been. His jaw did the thing it did when something made him angry and he was deciding not to let the anger lead. He wants to write to you. I said I'd ask first. Harry thought about his Wizengamot seats. He had 3, Potter, Black, Slytherin, each of them a voting position in the highest legislative body of Wizarding Britain. He'd been reading about the werewolf registry and the associated employment restrictions, which were comprehensive in their cruelty and had been on the books since 1811 with minimal revision. Tell him yes, Harry said. And tell him I'm interested in what the current state of Wizengamot opinion is on the registry statutes. Sirius stared at him. You're 5. I have 3 votes, Harry said. Most Wizengamot members have 1. I should probably use them for something. Sirius opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. James, he said again, to the ceiling, in the tone of someone holding an ongoing private conversation. James, he's got your exact face and your exact recklessness, but he's actually thought it through. It's deeply unnerving. I thought you should know. Harry smiled. He'll write tomorrow, Sirius said. He stood up. He paused at the door. Harry. Yes. I was thinking, Sirius said, carefully, that you and me should go somewhere. Not for anything. Just go. See London. Get food somewhere that isn't this house. He paused. I think I'm ready for that. Harry looked at him. 3 weeks ago Sirius had barely managed the atrium. 2 weeks ago he'd had 3 days where he barely left his room. Last week he'd asked Spore to reduce her visits to once weekly because he felt stable enough. Tomorrow, Harry said. We can go tomorrow. Sirius nodded. Something in him settled, the small specific settling of someone who had set themselves a target they weren't sure they'd reach and found it closer than expected. Right, he said. Good. He left. Harry looked at the door for a moment. He looked at his journal, at the notes about the Wizengamot and the werewolf statutes and the 3 votes he hadn't yet used. He thought about Remus Lupin, somewhere, and Peter Pettigrew, also somewhere, in a form no one was looking for because no one knew to look. He thought about Voldemort, who wasn't gone, he was certain of that. The certainty was not from the lineages but from the scar and from some reading he'd done on soul magic that had not reassured him, and who would eventually become a more immediate problem. He thought about 6 years. Babbling and her 3-hour mornings. The rune variants on his wall. The sword in the Pendragon vault that he wasn't ready for yet. He wrote in his journal, Sirius asked to go to London. He's ready to move. That matters more than the Wizengamot stuff today. He paused. Both are true at once. That's the thing about having a lot to do, it doesn't stop being about people. He closed the journal. He got up and went to his wall and looked at the rune chart for a few minutes, not working, just looking, and then he got into bed, and outside the Highland Valley settled into night around Linwood, and the wards he'd built held everything out and held everything in, and Harry slept in a house that was his in a way that meant something. He was 5 years old and he'd been that for most of a year now. Tomorrow he was going to take his godfather to London for food. Everything else could wait until Thursday. Chapter 5, Hogwarts. On his own terms the letter arrived on a Tuesday in July, which was technically redundant because Harry had known it was coming for 6 years and had, in fact, been tracking the specific owl through the ward perimeter from the moment it crossed into the valley. He was in the garden when it landed. He was always in the garden in the mornings now, not because it was his job the way it had been at Privet Drive but because he liked it, had always liked it, and liking something by choice turned out to feel entirely different from doing the same thing by compulsion. The owl was a tawny Hogwarts post bird, slightly ruffled from the Highland wind, and it held out its leg with the specific dignity of an animal that knew its errand was important. Harry untied the letter. He gave the owl a piece of his toast, which it accepted with composure, and then he opened the envelope and read it. Standard Hogwarts acceptance letter. His name at the top, Harry James Potter, which was technically only a third of his name but was the name on the Hogwarts rolls and the name he'd asked Babbling to use when she'd sent through his preliminary enrollment information. He'd decided that years ago and stuck with it. Harry first. Lord everything else second. He folded the letter back into the envelope and went inside. Sirius was at the kitchen table reading the prophet with the expression he'd developed over 6 years that combined general skepticism with specific irritation at whatever Rita Skeeter was writing this week. He looked up when Harry came in. Harry held up the letter. Something crossed Sirius's face, quick and complicated, a whole weather system passing in under a second, and then it settled into the crooked grin that was more or less his default state these days. He looked entirely different than he had 6 years ago. Not younger exactly but more present, more inhabited, the bones of him filled in. He'd been teaching Harry to fly for 3 years and riding his motorbike again and had spent the past 2 years working informally with Dumbledore on something he was vague about and Harry chose not to press on because some things were Sirius's to manage on his own timeline. Hogwarts, Sirius said. Hogwarts, Harry confirmed. He sat down and poured himself tea from the pot that was always on the table in the mornings. September 1st. I remember my letter, Sirius said. He leaned back in his chair. I remember thinking Hogwarts meant away from this house. Away from Mother. He paused. What does it mean for you? Harry considered the question seriously, the way he considered most things. The next part, he said. I've done what I can do from here. The Wizengamot work has limits without physical presence. The political pieces Grimna's been managing need me visible and active, not managing through proxies. And I want, he stopped. What? Sirius said. I want to be around people my age, Harry said. He said it simply, without self-consciousness, because 6 years of Sirius and babbling and Ragnok and Grimna and Remus, who had come to Linwood when his health allowed and had become someone Harry thought of as a third shade of uncle, had given him enough security that honest statements didn't feel dangerous anymore. I've been alone my whole life and I've mostly been fine with it, but I think I'd like to try not being alone. Sirius looked at him steadily. You're going to terrify them, he said. Not on purpose. Just, you walk into a room, Harry. I know, Harry said. I'll figure it out. You always do, Sirius said. He went back to the prophet. Diagon Alley tomorrow for supplies? Diagon Alley tomorrow, Harry agreed. They went the day after. Sirius wore muggle jeans and a jacket because he'd spent considerable effort over 6 years becoming approximately the opposite of everything his family had valued, which included their formal robes and their disdain for anything non-magical, and Harry wore his usual, clean, well-fitting, unremarkable. The 3 rings were there, as always. He'd stopped noticing them. Other people hadn't. Diagon Alley was the same as it always was, which was to say it was busy and loud and smelled of things that didn't have Muggle equivalents and was, Harry had decided years ago, his favorite place in Britain. He walked through it differently than he had at 5, not tentatively, not overwhelmed, just present, his pace comfortable, aware of his surroundings with the automatic quality that babbling's training had made habitual. People recognized him. They always did now, post-prophet, post-Wizengamot, post-everything. The looks were varied, curiosity, awe, the occasional wariness, the occasional resentment from people who had opinions about his Slytherin ring or his Wizengamot votes or his general failure to be the manageable symbol they'd wanted. He acknowledged what needed acknowledging and let the rest pass. Madame Malkin's first. Robes for school. The shop was busy with other Hogwarts-bound students and their parents, and Harry took his place on a fitting block while Malkin measured him, and that was when he heard it, 2 blocks down, a blond boy talking to his mother with the specific quality of someone accustomed to being the most interesting person in a room. Expect the whole school will want to know me once they find out about Father's influence on the board. Of course, not everyone will be worth knowing, Harry glanced sideways. The boy was pale and angular and wearing robes that were already good, waiting for better ones, with the inherent confidence of someone who had been told their whole life that they were the right kind of person. His mother was tall and beautiful and wore her face the way Slytherin magic sometimes felt to Harry, cool deep water, still surface. The boy's eyes found Harry. He clearly recognized him, the scar helped, the rings helped more, and something crossed his face that was doing several calculations at once. "You're Harry Potter," the boy said. "Yes," Harry said. The boy stepped down from his block and crossed the two fitting platforms with the assurance of someone who didn't think obstacles applied to them. He held out his hand. "Draco Malfoy." Harry shook it. The Malfoy name sat in his memory with specific context: old family, Wisengamot member, significant dark arts history. Lucius Malfoy had been a Death Eater who'd claimed Imperius after the war. He looked at Draco and saw a boy who had been given everything except the option to be something other than what his father was. "You're in Slytherin, obviously," Draco said. It had the quality of a statement rather than a question. He was managing the conversation, establishing things as assumed. "I don't know that," Harry said pleasantly. Draco looked at his rings. "That's a Slytherin ring." "It is," Harry said. "So, the sorting decides where I go," Harry said. "Not the rings." He looked at Draco with the same steady attention he gave most things. "Are you planning to be in Slytherin?" "Obviously," Draco said, with the inflection of someone for whom the word obviously did a great deal of work. "Then we might be in the same house," Harry said. He went back to watching Malkin's measuring tape. "What's your wand?" he said, because it was a reasonable question and because he was curious. Draco blinked at the topic change. "Hawthorn, 10 inches, unicorn hair." "You." "I haven't got mine yet," Harry said. "Ollivander's next." "Father says the wand choosing is the most important part," Draco offered, apparently recalibrating towards something more conversational and somewhat less performative. "He says a bad wand match shows up in everything you do at Hogwarts." "Your father's right about that one," Harry said. Draco looked at him with an expression that was recalculating in real time. He'd expected either deference or dismissal and had received neither. "You've been doing magic for years," he said. "The papers said, some of it," Harry said. "Without a wand?" "Mostly," Harry said. Draco was quiet for a moment. He had, Harry thought, the potential for genuine intelligence underneath the performance. Whether he'd ever dig it out from under the performance was another question. "Malfoy Manor has one of the best private magical libraries in Britain," Draco said, and it came out slightly differently than his earlier statements, not as a brag but as an offering. "A reference point." "I know," Harry said. "I've read the catalogue. Grimna has a copy." He paused. "There are 3 volumes in there that belong to the Slytherin vault. I've been meaning to arrange their return." Draco stared at him. "I'd pay fair market value for the inconvenience," Harry said reasonably. Yes," Draco said. "I'll mention it to Father." "Thank you," Harry said. Malkin declared him done. He stepped down, paid, nodded to Draco, and rejoined Sirius by the door, where Sirius had been watching the whole exchange with the expression of someone enjoying themselves. "Made a friend?" Sirius said. "Made a Malfoy," Harry said. "Those are very different things." "For now," Harry said. Ollivander's was dim and still and smelled of sawdust and cedar and something older, and Mr. Ollivander materialized from the shadows in the way he always did, which Harry thought was probably as much habit as intention at this point. He looked at Harry the way he looked at everyone, that pale, measuring gaze, and then he looked at the rings and something in his expression shifted into a territory that was harder to read. "I wondered when you'd come," Ollivander said. "I needed to be 11 first," Harry said. He disappeared into the stacks. The shop was silent except for the sound of boxes being shifted. He came back with 3, set them on the counter. "Hold out your wand hand." Harry held out his right hand. The rings caught the dim light of the shop. Ollivander measured him the way he measured everyone, span, length, various specifics, and then he opened the first box. "Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather. Give it a wave." Harry picked it up. It was fine, nothing unpleasant, no rejection, but nothing particularly alive either. He set it down. No, Ollivander said, already at the stacks again. Let's try, more shifting. 13 inches, dragon heartstring. Better. Something in it resonated with the Slytherin register, which was interesting but also not quite right. He set it down. Ollivander looked at him steadily from behind the counter. Then he went very far back into the stacks, further than Harry had seen him go before, and was gone for nearly 2 minutes. When he came back he was carrying a single box, no others, and his expression had the quality of someone handling something they'd been keeping specifically for this. He opened the box. The wand was dark, almost black, the wood having the particular darkness of something that had absorbed a great deal of time. 12 inches, Harry estimated. The grain of the wood moved slightly when you looked at it sideways, the way the writing in his original Gringotts letter had moved. Elder, Ollivander said. 12¼ inches. Thestral tail hair. He paused. I have had this wand for 30 years, waiting. I didn't know for what. Harry picked it up. The effect was not dramatic. He hadn't expected dramatic. What happened was more like the inheritance ritual, recognition, a tide coming in, everything in him that had always been there settling slightly more deeply into place. The 5 lineages ran through the wand like current through a conductor, and the wand, very clearly, very specifically, recognized all 5 of them. He gave it a wave. The air around the wave didn't simply move, it lit, briefly, in 5 distinct colors that overlapped and mixed before dissolving, gold and silver and black and green in something that had no name. Ollivander looked at the dissipating light for a moment. Then he looked at Harry. I have fitted every Hogwarts student for 63 years, he said. I remember every wand I have ever sold. In 63 years, I have fitted exactly one other wand with a thestral tail hair core. Harry looked at him. It was given, not sold, Ollivander said. It chose its own master, as that wand does. He paused. It was Merlin's wand. It was lost for 1,000 years. I acquired it from an estate sale and knew what it was and kept it. He looked at Harry steadily. The core is from the same thestral. I took the hair myself, 30 years ago, from the same animal Merlin's wand had used. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. The dark wood. The grain that moved. How much, he said. Nothing, Ollivander said. It was waiting. Payment would be inappropriate. He paused. Take good care of it, Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin. I will, Harry said. He walked out into Diagon Alley with the wand in his hand and Sirius beside him, and he held it for a moment in the afternoon sun and felt the way it sat in his hand, perfectly, completely, without adjustment, and thought that some things really did work out to be exactly what they were supposed to be. All right? Sirius said. Yes, Harry said. He put it in his pocket. Fortescue's. I want ice cream. Sirius looked at the wand pocket, looked at Harry, and laughed, the proper full laugh that had come back completely somewhere around the 3rd year, warm and genuine and slightly reckless. Ice cream, he said. Absolutely. September 1st arrived with the specific quality of important days, which was the same as ordinary days except that everything felt slightly more deliberate. Harry had packed his trunk with care, not extensively, because Linwood's library had better books than Hogwarts would and he could fly home on Hogsmeade weekends, but thoroughly. His notes. His journal. His wand. Babbling had insisted on a comprehensive set of runic reference materials, and Ragnok had sent a briefing document on the current Hogwarts board composition that Harry had read twice on the train. He and Sirius went to King's Cross early, before the rush, and went through the barrier at 10:30 when the platform was still relatively uncrowded. Sirius stood with him on the platform and looked at the Hogwarts Express with the expression of someone for whom the sight of this particular train pulled up several decades of association simultaneously. Right, Sirius said. Every week, Harry said. And if anything goes wrong, I'll handle it, Harry said. But I'll tell you about it. That's not exactly what Sirius stopped. He looked at Harry. He looked like he was going to say something significant and was making decisions about the form it should take. You know, he said finally, the first 11 years of doing this job were exactly as non-traditional as anything you've ever read in a book. I know, Harry said. I just want you to know that you don't have to. He paused again. You can be 11. Sometimes. It's permitted. Harry looked at him. I know, he said again, more softly. Sirius pulled him into a hug that was brief and genuine and had 6 years of everything in it, and Harry let it be exactly that without managing it. Then he got on the train. He found a compartment, stored his trunk, and sat down, and for the first hour he was alone with his window and his thoughts and the English countryside beginning its gradual transition to something more northern and more open, and he found he didn't mind the solitude, exactly, but he was aware of it differently than he would have been 6 years ago. The compartment door slid open at the first stop and a girl looked in. She had brown hair and an expression of specific determination that Harry recognized as the face of someone who had already checked 4 other compartments and found them wanting for reasons she could articulate. She was carrying a large book and had ink on 2 of her fingers. Is this compartment taken? She said. Just me, Harry said. She came in and sat across from him and opened her book immediately, which Harry found immediately interesting because most people who sat in a compartment with Harry Potter spent at least 2 minutes working through their feelings about that before doing anything else. This girl had apparently skipped that step entirely. He looked at her book. Ancient Runes, A Comprehensive History. Second-year Hogwarts text, which meant she was reading ahead. You're on the section about the Merlinian variant, he said. She looked up sharply. Yes. It's fascinating, the standard texts don't even mention it but it predates the Futhark that everyone uses and the logic is completely different. The directional orientation of, she stopped. She looked at his rings. She looked at his face. She looked at the scar. She processed. You're Harry Potter, she said, without any particular change in tone. More like someone identifying a variable in an equation. Yes, Harry said. She looked at the ring, the one with the serpent. That's a Slytherin ring, she said. Yes. And those are Potter and Black. She tilted her head. The papers said 5 but I only see 3. 2 aren't rings, Harry said. She nodded, filed this. I'm Hermione Granger, she said. My parents are dentists. I found out I was a witch 2 years ago and I've been reading everything I can find since. She paused. The Merlinian variant, you know about it properly? Not just that it exists. I've been working with it for 6 years, Harry said. Hermione stared at him. But you're 11. I started at 5, Harry said. She stared at him for another moment, the specific stare of someone encountering a fact that rearranges adjacent facts. Then she looked at the book in her lap and then back at Harry. Can I ask you about the directional orientation? She said. The book says it's simply an archaic variant but that doesn't explain why it would have been used in preference to the standard form, and I've been trying to work out the logic for 3 days. The logic is about intent flow, Harry said. The standard form directs energy outward from the rune's center. The Merlinian variant directs it inward first, builds a contained charge, and then releases it in a controlled direction. The difference between spraying something and aiming it. Hermione was completely still for approximately 2 seconds. Then she reached for her notebook. They talked for 4 hours. Not constantly, there were stretches where she was writing and Harry was thinking and the compartment was quiet in the easy way that silence between people who are both working could be, but consistently. The conversation cycling through ancient runes and ward theory and the political history of the wizarding world and the structure of the Hogwarts curriculum and why the Newt syllabus didn't include half of what it should include and what the actual theoretical basis for transfiguration was. And whether the division between charms and transfiguration was a meaningful magical distinction or simply a pedagogical convenience. She was wrong about 2 things. He told her both times, specifically and with reasoning, and both times she argued back with immediate vigor, and both times the argument produced something better than either starting position, and he thought, yes. This was what he'd meant about wanting to not be alone. The compartment door opened again around lunchtime. This time a round-faced boy with a toad in his hands looked in with the specific expression of someone searching and not finding and beginning to lose hope about the losing. "Have you seen a toad?" he said. "I've lost mine." "Check the luggage rack," Harry said. "They like high places." The boy looked up. There was a toad on his own luggage rack, making no effort at concealment. His face flooded with relief. "Trevor." He retrieved the toad with careful hands and stood there holding it, looking at Harry and Hermione with the expression of someone who hadn't decided whether to leave or stay. "Sit down if you like," Harry said. "The compartment's not full." The boy sat. He had the air of someone who had been surprised by kindness often enough that he still expected the trap in it. "I'm Neville," he said. "Neville Longbottom." Harry looked at him. The Longbottom name was familiar, not personally, but from the history he'd spent years reading. Frank and Alice Longbottom, Aurors, tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange the same year Harry's parents had died. Their son raised by a grandmother who was formidable in all the ways that were not particularly warm. "Harry Potter," Harry said. "Hermione Granger." Hermione looked up from her notebook, registered Neville, said hello, and went back to her notes with the focused efficiency of someone who had categorized the social requirement as met. Neville looked at Trevor in his hands. "Gran says I might not be magical enough for Hogwarts," he said. He said it carefully, like quoting something he'd heard enough times that the words had worn grooves in him. "I've had trouble with most of the entrance-level tests." "What kind of trouble?" Harry said. Neville looked at him warily. "I just can't always make things happen when I want them to. I can sometimes. But not reliably." Harry thought about this. He thought about what babbling had told him in the first weeks: intent. "Everything is intent. Show me something," he said. "Whatever comes easiest." Not performing," Harry said. "Just something that comes when you're not thinking about it." "What happens when you're not trying?" Neville looked uncertain. He looked at the seat beside him, where his bag was sitting, and without apparently deciding to, he reached for it and it slid toward his hand before he touched it. He blinked. "There," Harry said. "That's the thing. You have it. It comes when you're not watching it." He paused. "The problem is that when you start watching it, it stops." "How do you fix that?" Neville said. "You stop trying to watch it," Harry said. "You learn the difference between directing your magic and interrogating it." He paused. "That takes time. But the magic is there. The Longbottom line is old. It doesn't produce people without magic." Neville looked at him with an expression that was doing something complicated, the expression of someone receiving information that rearranges their internal map, and the rearrangement being both relief and the complicated feeling that comes with discovering that the map was wrong all along. "Your grandmother shouldn't have said that to you," Hermione said, without looking up from her notebook. "It was incorrect and not helpful." Neville blinked at her. "She's right," Harry said. The three of them rode north together, and by the time Scotland appeared outside the windows and the light changed to something more northern and the mountains began to build in the distance, the compartment had the quality of somewhere that had become specific, not just three strangers on a train but three particular people who had found their way to the same place. Hogwarts, at night, arriving by boat across the lake, was exactly as overwhelming as every description in every book had suggested and also entirely unlike any of them, because the descriptions were about architecture and history and scale and none of them mentioned the way it felt to come around the rock on the water and have the castle simply, there, above you, every window lit, rooted in the hillside as though it had grown there rather than been built, and the magic of it so old and deep that you could feel it from the water, in your chest, like a bass note in music felt more than heard. Harry felt it the way he felt the Pendragon stone in his palm on the day of the ritual, recognition, the ocean moving around him without moving him. He looked at the castle and the castle looked back. The boats ground onto the bank and they climbed out and followed Professor McGonagall through the entrance hall and into the antechamber, and Harry looked at his classmates, 50 or so, all nervous in different specific ways, and thought that this was another kind of beginning, the kind that had people in it. McGonagall explained the sorting. Someone behind Harry mentioned the rumors, about a troll, about a test, about something dangerous. Neville, beside him, was holding Trevor with both hands. Hermione, on Harry's other side, was perfectly still in the way of someone who had prepared exhaustively and was waiting for the preparation to be relevant. The doors opened. The great hall was exactly like the book said, for long tables, the ceiling charmed to show the sky outside, hundreds of candles floating, hundreds of students already seated looking at the incoming first years. Harry walked in and felt the shift in the room the moment people started recognizing him, a wave of reaction, whispers building, heads turning. He kept walking. He looked straight ahead. The sorting hat was placed on a stool and it sang, and Harry listened to it because the song had content worth paying attention to, particularly the section about unity that the hat always included and that the school had never quite managed to take seriously. They called names alphabetically. Hermione Granger sat on the stool for barely 4 seconds before the hat called Gryffindor, and she strode to the table with the specific satisfaction of someone whose prediction had been confirmed. Neville Longbottom sat for longer, the hat was clearly having a conversation with him rather than about him, which Harry found encouraging, and then it called Gryffindor too, and Neville's face went through relief and pride in something that was the beginning of believing his grandmother had been wrong. Then, Potter, Harry. The room went very quiet. He walked to the stool. He sat down. He felt the hat drop over his head, too big, settling on his ears. The voice in his head was old and immediate. Well, it said. I have waited for you for a very long time. Harry sat still. 5, the hat said, moving through whatever it moved through when it read a person. I have sorted 10,000 students. I have never seen this. A pause. You know what the houses represent. You know what the choices mean. Harry waited. Gryffindor would have you for the courage, the hat continued. You have it, undeniably. Ravenclaw would have you for the mind, it is exceptional. Hufflepuff for the loyalty, which is real and deep even if you rarely show it. Another pause. And Slytherin. For the ambition, yes. For the cunning, certainly. But also because that house needs someone who is not afraid of what it is or what it can be. Harry thought about the Slytherin ring. Deep water. Not dark, deep. You know where you're going, the hat said. It sounded like it was smiling, if a hat could do that. You've known for years. Yes, Harry said. The hat called out, in a voice that filled the entire great hall, Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted. Harry took the hat off, set it back on the stool, and stood up. He looked at the Slytherin table. He looked at the Gryffindor table, where Hermione was watching with her eyebrows slightly raised and her expression doing its calculating thing, and he made a small nod in her direction that she returned. He looked at Neville, who was watching from Gryffindor with something that was not quite worry, more like I have a feeling this is going to be interesting. Harry walked to the Slytherin table and sat down. The students around him shifted, some eager, some calculating, all of them figuring out what the arrival of Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin heir of Merlin-Pendragon in their house actually meant for them specifically. Draco Malfoy was 2 seats down. He looked at Harry with the expression he'd had in Madame Malkin's, recalculating, reassessing, landing somewhere that was not quite deference and not quite competition and was therefore more interesting than either. Slytherin, Draco said. Slytherin, Harry confirmed. I told you, Draco said, with the satisfaction of someone who liked being right. You guessed, Harry said. That's not the same thing. Draco looked like he was going to object and then looked like he'd decided not to, which was itself a data point. The sorting continued. Harry watched the room, not obviously, just the habit of attention that babbling had made into reflex, and noted, the table dynamics, who sat where and with what relationship to whom, the way the teacher's table functioned, where Dumbledore was and what his face was doing. Dumbledore's face was doing something composed and watchful, and when his eyes moved to Harry there was something there that had evolved significantly from their first meeting. Not fear. Something more like the careful attention you paid to something whose full dimensions you were still mapping. Harry ate his dinner and answered questions from the Slytherins around him with the patience of someone who had expected the questions and found them manageable. He told them his name was Harry. He told them he'd been tutored privately. He told them, when a girl named Pansy Parkinson asked directly whether he was planning to lead the house, that he wasn't planning anything in particular and that leading was generally less about plans and more about doing things that mattered. Pansy looked uncertain about this answer, which suggested she'd been hoping for something more definitive and was recalibrating accordingly. After dinner, in the Slytherin common room, a seventh-year prefect called Gemma Farley was doing her organizational best with 42 new first years, and Harry sat in an armchair near the fire and watched and let the room do what it was going to do, and thought about the next 7 years, the shape of them, what he was here for. Not to be managed. Not to be a symbol or a weapon or a political piece on someone else's board. He was here because Hogwarts was part of the story, and the story was his, and he intended to write it. His wand was in his pocket. The dark wood and the thestral hair and the 1,000-year weight of it. Outside the castle, the loch was black and flat under a clear sky, and the stars above Scotland were bright without obstruction, and somewhere in the grounds an owl called once and was silent. In his journal that night, before he slept, Harry wrote, First day. Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom. Draco Malfoy, unclear. The hat took about 4 seconds to confirm what I already knew. He paused. Hogwarts feels like the ward perimeter at Linwood. It knows me. Another pause, longer. Sirius was right. I walked into the room. I'll have to figure out how to do that quietly. He thought about that for a moment. Actually, he wrote. No. Not quietly. Just honestly. He closed the journal and slept. Chapter 6, The Board, the Prophet, and the War Coming. The first potions lesson was on a Thursday. Harry arrived 2 minutes early, which was habit, and took a seat in the middle of the dungeon classroom, not the front, which announced eagerness, not the back, which announced disengagement, but the middle, which announced nothing except presence. Hermione arrived 30 seconds after him and sat beside him without discussion, the way they'd been navigating each other's orbit since the train, finding the coordinates of a working friendship through accumulated small decisions rather than any explicit agreement. Neville came in looking slightly anxious about the stairs. The dungeon filled up. Gryffindors on one side, Slytherins on the other, which was apparently traditional and which Harry found immediately unproductive but chose not to comment on yet. He had a list of things he was going to comment on at Hogwarts and he was maintaining it in priority order. Then Professor Snape came in. Harry had read about Severus Snape. Ragnok's briefing documents had been comprehensive: former Death Eater, intelligence asset for the Order of the Phoenix, spy of considerable effectiveness, currently head of Slytherin House and Potions Master, recipient of a full pardon that Dumbledore had personally vouched for and that the Ministry had accepted with the specific reluctance of an institution that needed to save face more than it needed to be right. He was tall and pale and moved like someone who had perfected the art of making the space around them slightly colder, and when he looked at the class his eyes moved across it in a sweep that was simultaneously dismissive and absolutely attentive, the eyes of someone who catalogued everything they saw and stored it. His eyes found Harry. They stopped there for a second, not as long as most people's eyes stopped, but differently, a particular specific assessment, and then moved on. Potter, Snape said, during his opening address, in the particular tone of someone who had been waiting to say something. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The class went very still. Hermione's hand went up. The draught of living death, Harry said, without raising his hand. A complex soporific. The precise effect depends on the concentration. At low doses it induces a sleep state resembling death, at higher doses the effect is effectively permanent without the specific antidote. He paused. Asphodel is a flowering plant associated in Muggle literature with mourning. Wormwood has both magical and mundane bitterness. There's an argument that Slughorn's original formulation was designed with symbolic as well as chemical intent. Snape looked at him. Something moved in his face that was very controlled and very quick, and what it was complicated. Harry couldn't fully read it yet, but he registered that it had layers. "Where did you read that?" Snape said. "Most Patenti potions. Also Borgia's Advanced Magical Chemistry. And I worked through the symbolic argument myself from De Magus Herbalis, which is in the Slytherin vault." He paused. "The vault my family gave to Hogwarts. Which means technically some of it is in the school library." "A beat." "Correct," Snape said, very quietly. He moved on to the lesson without further comment. After class, in the corridor, Hermione fell into step beside him. "He was going to humiliate you," she said. That was a humiliation question. "He does it to Gryffindors." "I know," Harry said. "You weren't nervous?" "No," Harry said. "How?" she said, genuinely curious rather than impressed, the distinction being important because Hermione Granger did not do impressed, she did interested. "You can't be humiliated by someone who needs you to feel small for the tactic to work," Harry said. "If you don't feel small, it's just a question." He paused. "He's a good teacher, actually." The question had content in it. Hermione considered this. "I disagree about him being good," she said. "I think he's skilled but his method is deliberately uneven." "Both can be true," Harry said. She made the note-taking expression, which was the expression she made when she filed something for later argument. Harry had learned to recognize it. He looked forward to the argument. 2 weeks in, Harry had a comprehensive read of Hogwarts. The castle's wards were exactly as he'd told Babbling, architecturally sound but built on assumptions that no longer held. The threat model from 1,000 years ago prioritized large-scale magical assault and physical barrier breach. It said almost nothing about interior threats, magical contamination from within, or objects rather than persons as vectors of danger. He'd walked the perimeter on the second Saturday morning, under pretense of exploring the grounds, and by the time he'd completed the circuit he had a detailed mental map of every gap and every strength and 3 specific modifications that would address the most significant vulnerabilities without requiring the Founder's Ward framework to be rebuilt from scratch. He wrote a letter to Dumbledore about it. Not a demanding letter. A specific one: "Here are 3 observations, here are proposed modifications, here is the theoretical basis for each." He kept it technical and clear and sent it on a Sunday morning. Dumbledore responded by Tuesday. His reply was handwritten and long and genuinely engaged with the technical content in a way that told Harry that behind the beard and the politics, there was a mind of genuine quality. He agreed with 2 of the 3 modifications and offered a counter-argument on the third that Harry read twice and then conceded, because it was right. He sent back, "You're right about the third. I missed the resonance interaction. I'll work through the alternatives and write again. And then, can we meet?" Dumbledore's response came within hours. "My office. Thursday after dinner. The gargoyle requires a password, sherbet lemon, for now." The Thursday meeting was in the headmaster's office, which was circular and full of portraits and instruments and the specific energy of a room where a very complicated person had spent a great deal of time. Dumbledore was behind his desk when Harry arrived, and the desk had his letter on it, and beside it was Dumbledore's own handwritten notes, dense, thorough, the marginalia of someone who had been genuinely working through the problem. Fawkes was on his perch. The Phoenix looked at Harry with the ancient golden eyes of something that did not measure time the way humans did, and Harry looked back and something passed between them that wasn't communication exactly, more like mutual acknowledgement. "He likes you," Dumbledore said. "I think he's reserving judgment," Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth curved slightly. "Sit down, Harry." Harry sat. He put his hands flat on the desk, no documents, no performance, and waited. The ward modifications, Dumbledore said. You identified these in 2 weeks. I walked the perimeter, Harry said. The gaps in the interior defense protocol are harder to see from the outside. I'd need access to the foundational ward diagram for those. I'll arrange it, Dumbledore said, without hesitation. Harry noted this. 6 years ago, Dumbledore had blocked his letters and managed his life without consent. He was a different interlocutor now, still calculating, still managing information, but the mode had shifted. He'd lost the assumption that he knew the shape of Harry in advance. There's something else I want to discuss, Harry said. Quirinus Quirrell. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. The defense professor, he said. He stutters in the corridors, Harry said. He doesn't stutter in the classroom. His right hand has a tremor that appears under specific emotional conditions. He smells of something that isn't cologne, it's earthy, deeper, the kind of smell associated with certain old dark magic workings. He paused. And the wards in his classroom have been modified. Not broken, modified, subtly, specifically to reduce the detection threshold on soul magic. Dumbledore looked at him steadily. You already know, Harry said. A pause. Then, I have suspicions, Dumbledore said. The same phrase he'd used in the questioning room, 6 years ago, about Sirius Black. Are you watching him? Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. We are letting the situation develop in a controlled, the Philosopher's Stone is in the school, Harry said. The air in the room changed. Fawkes made a small sound on his perch. You were right, Dumbledore said, after a moment, that I have underestimated you consistently. He said it without self-deprecation, just as a factual acknowledgement. Yes. The stone is here. In a secured chamber below the third-floor corridor. Why is it here? Harry said. Nicholas Flamel believed his vault at Gringotts was compromised, Dumbledore said. We moved it to Hogwarts while we assessed the threat. Was the vault compromised? Harry said. Someone attempted to breach it, Dumbledore said. In July. Before the school year began. Harry thought about Quirrell. About the modified wards. About the earthy smell of old dark magic workings. Quirrell tried to steal it in July, he said. Failed. And now whatever is using Quirrell is in the school, in the same building as the stone. Yes, Dumbledore said. That's an extraordinary risk, Harry said. The defenses protecting the stone are significant, Dumbledore said. Quirrell is inside those defenses every day, Harry said. Being in the same building is something for long enough is itself a method. Old magic, Merlin's framework particularly, has a lot to say about proximity as a degradation mechanism. He paused. The defenses are being worn down. Dumbledore looked at him. You sound very certain. I'm working from the Principia, Harry said. My mother's translation. She had a note in the margin about proximity degradation specifically, she'd identified it as a theoretical vulnerability in the stone's existing protections. He met Dumbledore's eyes. She figured this out before she died. Something moved through Dumbledore's face. It was brief and deep and entirely unmanaged, grief, and something that lived next to guilt and was not quite it but was in the neighborhood. What do you suggest? Dumbledore said, quietly. I want to see the defenses, Harry said. All of them. And then I want to add to them. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. You're 11 years old, he said. And I mean that, Harry, not as a dismissal, I mean it as a statement about what you're proposing. You're asking to take an active role in a situation that involves a fragment of Voldemort's soul. His name doesn't bother me, Harry said. And yes. That's what I'm asking. If I say no. Dumbledore said. I'll work around it, Harry said. Not aggressively, just as a fact. I'd rather work with you. But if you say no and something happens to the stone because I let procedural comfort override a real threat, I'll have made a choice I can't take back. He paused. Help me help you. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Friday night, he said. I will show you the chamber. The Prophet ran its first major story about Harry's Hogwarts arrival in the third week of September, which was later than Harry had expected and which he suspected was due to Rita Skeeter specifically being held up by the complete lack of anything dramatic happening. Harry attending school and attending class and doing homework was not the story she'd been hoping for. What she wrote instead was a profile piece, which was technically an interview except Harry hadn't given one, so it was an interview with approximately 8 people who'd seen him do things, and the result was, not inaccurate, exactly, but shaped in the specific way that Skeeter shaped things, which was toward the story she wanted to tell rather than the story that was true. The headline was, "The Heir of Everything, Hogwarts' Most Powerful Student in History." Harry read it at breakfast and found 2 factual errors and 1 significant misrepresentation and 1 thing that was true but framed in a way that was going to cause him a specific problem. The misrepresentation was about Snape. She'd implied Harry had publicly embarrassed Snape in class, which was both false and the kind of narrative that would make his house relationships harder. The thing that was going to cause a problem was the mention, buried in paragraph 7, that Harry held 3 Wisengamot seats and had been using them for proxy votes during sessions he couldn't physically attend. He'd been voting through Grimna on specific issues, the Werewolf Registry reform proposal, 2 property law amendments that affected the Muggle-born community, and 1 piece of educational funding legislation. Voting on things that mattered and that he understood. He hadn't hidden it but he hadn't advertised it either, and now it was in the Prophet and the reactions at the Slytherin table and the post-arriving from home quality of people's expressions told him the article had hit. Draco sat down across from him at breakfast. He had his own copy of the Prophet and his expression was doing the recalculating thing. Your proxy votes, Draco said. Yes. Harry said. You voted for the Werewolf Registry reform. Twice, Harry said. The first one didn't pass. I expect the second one to. Draco looked at him. Father is on the opposing side of that bill. He's been funding the campaign against it. I know, Harry said. I read the Wisengamot record. You know my father is Lucius Malfoy. I know, Harry said again. He poured himself more pumpkin juice. Draco. I voted on those bills because I have the votes and the bills are right. I'm not trying to make a point about your father. You're directly opposing his political position, Draco said. Yes, Harry said simply. He's wrong about the registry. It's cruel and it doesn't make anyone safer. He paused. Does that change something between us? Draco was quiet. He was doing, Harry thought, something difficult, navigating between what he'd been taught to think and what he was independently arriving at, and those 2 things were pulling in different directions and had probably been doing so for longer than Hogwarts. Father will notice, he said. Probably, Harry said. He'll want to, meet me, talk to me, form some kind of alliance or at least neutralize my voting, Harry said. I know. I've been expecting that letter since October 1st. He looked at Draco. When it comes, you don't have to be the messenger. That's his to manage. Draco stared at him. You're not afraid of my father, he said. Harry looked at him steadily. Draco. I'm not afraid of anyone. It wasn't bravado. It was just true, and Draco heard the truth of it and something shifted in him, something he'd perhaps been testing for, and had now received a clear answer to. He's going to write to Dumbledore, Draco said. About the ward modifications you're doing. He'll try to make it a board issue. Good, Harry said. I have a seat on the board. Draco blinked. You have a Slytherin family seat, Harry said. It's been dormant since there were no Slytherin heirs. It reactivated when the ring did. He paused. I haven't been active on the board yet because I was waiting until I was physically here to manage the optics. He looked at Draco. Thank you for the information about your father's plan. That's useful timing. Draco looked at him with an expression that was somewhere between exasperated and something else entirely, something that was working out whether this was what it felt like to be in someone's orbit rather than managing your own. You're not going to be simple, are you? Draco said. No, Harry said. Draco picked up his pumpkin juice. Good, he said, in a tone that matched Harry's own earlier use of the word, flat and honest and containing something that was not quite friendship yet but was its serious precursor. The letter from Lucius Malfoy arrived on a Monday. It was addressed to the Hogwarts Board of Governors and it was a model of the form, polished, precise, expressing concern about the involvement of a first-year student in Hogwarts security matters, raising questions about Dumbledore's judgment in allowing it, suggesting a formal board review. It was CC'd to 6 other board members whose names Harry recognized as reliably Malfoy-aligned. Harry read it when Dumbledore showed it to him. Dumbledore had brought it himself, which was itself a choice. He's calling a board session, Dumbledore said. When? Harry said. 2 weeks. The first Saturday in November. Harry nodded. I'll be there. Dumbledore looked at him. Harry. A board session called by Lucius Malfoy will not be comfortable. Harry said. I know. That's fine. You are 11 years old and he is, a former Death Eater who claimed Imperius and has spent 20 years leveraging his family money into political control, Harry said. I know who he is. I've read his voting record going back to 1975. He paused. He's very good at managing appearances. So the most useful thing to do is be very clear about substance. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression he'd been developing for 6 years, the one that was recalibrating in real time. What are you planning? He said. Nothing dramatic, Harry said. I'm going to explain the ward modifications in technical terms that demonstrate they're necessary and sound. I'm going to make it impossible to argue against the modifications without arguing in favor of leaving Hogwarts less safe. He paused. And I'm going to ask the board to vote on whether an active Hogwarts student who holds a hereditary board seat should be present at board sessions. Which will pass because 6 of the 14 members are on record supporting stronger student representation. Dumbledore was quiet. I did the vote count last month, Harry said. I've been waiting for an occasion. Another long pause. Sherbet lemon, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. I'm going to change the gargoyle password, Dumbledore said. So that you can come and go without needing to ask. The old password seemed appropriate to keep for now. Something in his expression was doing a thing that was neither the managed warmth of their first meeting nor the careful watchfulness that had followed, something more direct, more personal, the expression of a man who had made a significant mistake and had spent 6 years watching the consequences of it grow into something that had the grace not to punish him for it. I owe you a great deal more than a password, he said. You can start with the ward diagram, Harry said. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth moved. Yes, he said. I can start with that. The board meeting was in a conference room off the entrance hall on the first Saturday in November, and Harry arrived early, which was habit, and sat in his designated seat, the Slytherin seat, which had a small carved stone serpent on the backrest that he thought was probably Salazar's own touch and which he privately found more charming than ominous. 14 board members. He knew all of them from the paperwork. Lucius Malfoy arrived and took his seat at the far end with the composed grace of a man who had walked into rooms like this for 20 years and expected the room to reorganize itself around his entry. He looked at Harry once, a look of complete assessment, and Harry looked back with the same attention. Malfoy looked away first. Not because he was cowed, Harry didn't think Lucius Malfoy was particularly easy to cow, but because he'd found what he was looking for, whatever that was, and was processing it. The session chair, a heavy-set woman named Griselda Marchbanks who had been on the board since before some of the other members had been born, called the session to order and invited Malfoy to present his concern. Malfoy spoke well. Harry noted that immediately. He had the quality of someone who had been speaking in formal settings since childhood, the language precise, the framing careful, every concession strategically placed so that it made the argument sound more reasonable rather than less. His concern, as presented, was not about Harry specifically, it was about procedure. About the appropriate involvement of students in decisions affecting the school's security infrastructure. About accountability and oversight. It was a good argument. Harry gave it that. When Marchbanks turned to him, Harry stood up. The modifications I've made to the Hogwarts ward framework have been reviewed by Headmaster Dumbledore and by Senior Ward Architect Grimna of Gringotts, he said. Both have confirmed their soundness. I've brought the Gringotts assessment for the board's review. He set a folder on the table. The modifications address 3 specific vulnerability categories in the current framework. I'll describe them briefly. He described them. He kept it technical and specific enough to be credible without being so dense that anyone felt lost, which was a balance Babbling had spent considerable time teaching him to find. When he was done he looked around the table. Mr. Malfoy's concern about procedure is legitimate, Harry said. A student shouldn't have access to foundational security infrastructure without oversight. That's a fair point. He paused. Which is why I'd like to propose that the board formalize my participation with appropriate documentation and review, not remove it. The alternative is leaving the vulnerabilities unaddressed, and I don't think anyone at this table wants that. He sat down. Marchbanks looked at the folder. She looked at Malfoy. She looked at Harry. I'll take questions, she said. 3 board members had questions, all of them procedural, all of them addressed in Harry's preparation. Malfoy asked one question, about the theoretical basis for the proximity degradation modification, clearly hoping Harry wouldn't be able to explain it in depth, and Harry explained it in depth, with citations to 3 source texts including his mother's Marginalia and the Principia, which he'd quoted verbatim. Malfoy's expression during this explanation was composed and gave nothing away except at the very end, a fraction of a moment where something that might have been reluctant respect moved through it before it was controlled. The board voted 8-6 to formalize Harry's involvement in ward maintenance with a structured review protocol. It was not a large majority. But it was a majority. Harry walked out of the meeting and found Hermione in the corridor, who had been sitting on a bench doing homework while she waited and who looked up when he came out. "How did it go?" she said. "Fine," Harry said. She looked at him. "Fine as in actually fine or fine as in you won but it was close?" "Both," Harry said. She closed her book. "Malfoy Sr.?" "He's good," Harry said. "Better than most. He'll be a consistent opponent." He paused. "I think Draco is embarrassed." "About his father or about how the meeting went?" Hermione said. "About the gap between who his father is and who Draco wants to be," Harry said. "Those 2 things are getting further apart every week." Hermione looked at him with the assessing expression she wore when she was deciding whether a conclusion was well supported. "You like him," she said. "I think he's going to be interesting," Harry said. "That's not the same as liking someone." "For me it's close," Harry said. She stood up and fell into step beside him toward the great hall and lunch, and for a while they didn't talk, just walked, and the comfortable silence of 2 people who had figured out how to be next to each other without needing it to be anything other than what it was. November moved through its gray paces. Harry taught Neville something every Thursday evening, not formally, not scheduled, just a standing presence in an empty classroom where Neville worked on the control problem and Harry gave him specific feedback. It was working. Slowly and not linearly, but working. In mid-November, Neville levitated a feather on his first try for the first time in his life. He stared at it for 4 seconds and then looked at Harry. "Keep looking at it," Harry said. "Don't think about it. Just let it be there." The feather stayed up for 11 seconds before Neville thought about it too hard and it dropped. "That was the longest it's ever been," Neville said. "Next week it'll be longer," Harry said. "How do you know?" Neville said. "Because now you know the difference between the trying feeling and the right feeling," Harry said. "Once you know the difference you can find the right feeling again." He paused. Your gran was wrong, Neville. I want you to know that in terms I'm going to say clearly, she was wrong. You have strong magic. You just needed the right key. Neville held this. He held Trevor and sat in the quiet of the empty classroom and held what Harry had said and let it be something real rather than something he was hoping someone would someday say. Sometimes the right moment was the one where someone said the true thing plainly and let it land. Thank you, Neville said. Stop thanking me, Harry said. You did it. Not me. December came and with it the frost and the early dark and the particular quality of Hogwarts in winter, which was like no other winter Harry had experienced. The castle's magic was more visible in cold weather, something about the contrast between the ancient warmth in the stone and the ice outside, and walking the corridors in the early mornings Harry could feel the wards he'd modified doing their work, steady and clean. He went home for Christmas. Sirius had decorated Linwood in the specific way of someone who had not been present for Christmas for 4 years and was now making up for this with aggressive enthusiasm, and there were lights on everything and a tree that was significantly taller than was strictly practical, and Remus was there, looking better than he had last spring, and Babbling came for Christmas dinner and managed to look warmly affectionate about it while maintaining her general effect of someone who had no time for sentimentality. Christmas morning, Harry came downstairs to find Sirius already there with tea, the fire going, the light the particular grey-white of a Highland December morning. How is it? Sirius said. Honestly. Harry sat down and tucked his feet up under him. Good, he said. There's something I'm working out, Quirrell. There's a situation with the stone that I'm managing. Tell me, Sirius said. Harry told him. Not everything, the board meeting, the ward work, Hermione and Neville. The Quirrell situation. Dumbledore. Sirius listened without interrupting, which was something he'd gotten substantially better at over 6 years and which Harry still privately appreciated every time it happened. When Harry was done, Sirius sat with it for a moment. You're going to handle Quirrell yourself, he said. Probably, Harry said. I'd rather know the full shape of it first. Is there anything you need from me? Sirius said. Harry looked at the fire. No, he said. But I wanted you to know. Sirius nodded. He handed Harry a present, wrapped badly, which was always how Sirius wrapped things, with the specific anti-gift of someone who found wrapping paper structurally unreasonable. Merry Christmas, kid. Harry opened it. Inside was a photograph in a frame, his parents and Sirius, young, somewhere Harry didn't recognize but that had the quality of somewhere happy. His parents were laughing. His mother had her arm around his father's neck. Sirius was between them, mid-sentence, one hand gesturing at something off-frame. All three of them were waving at the camera. Harry looked at it for a while. Remus found the negative, Sirius said. Had it developed? It's good, Harry said. Best one I have, Sirius said. Harry set it on the mantelpiece where he could see it, and they sat together in the early light while the fire worked through its wood and the snow outside the Highland Valley laid itself down quietly on everything, and it was just two people who had made a family out of what had been left, and what had been left turned out to be enough. Back at Hogwarts in January, Harry visited the chamber beneath the third-floor corridor. He went alone, at 2 a.m, with his wand and the ward diagram Dumbledore had provided and 6 years of Babbling's work behind him. He descended through the trapdoor and through each defense in sequence, Devil's Snare, Flying Keys, the chess set, the Troll, the Potions puzzle, not struggling with any of them, moving through them with the steady efficiency of someone who had known they were there and had thought about the approach. He spent 3 hours in the final chamber. He examined the stone's protections from the inside, running his magical awareness across every layer the way he'd read Babbling's ward box on his first day with her. He found what his mother had warned about, the proximity degradation was real and it had been happening since September. Not catastrophic yet. But progressing. He built a new layer around the existing protections. Not replacing them, reinforcing from within, using the Merlinian framework, the deep magic that understood proximity and degradation in a way the existing wards didn't. It took the full 3 hours. When he was done he climbed back through, replaced every defense behind him, and walked back to the Slytherin dormitory through the empty corridors. His wand was warm in his hand and the new ward was clean and sound and held the stone in a framework that accounted for everything his mother had worried about. He didn't feel triumphant. Just careful. This was one layer, not a solution. Quirrell was still in the school, and whatever was using Quirrell was still looking, and the proximity degradation was slowed but not stopped. He needed the full picture before he acted. He needed to understand what Voldemort was capable of in this diminished state, what he actually wanted from the stone, and whether the stone's removal or the direct confrontation was the right response. He had time. Not unlimited time, but enough. In his dormitory, he sat on his bed and wrote in his journal, "Stone's defenses reinforced. Buying time. Need to decide on Quirrell before March, the degradation rate tells me that's the window." He paused. "Hermione is going to figure out something is happening if I'm not careful. She's too observant." Another pause. "I should probably tell her." He looked at that last line. "Yes," he wrote, after a moment. "I should." He put the journal away and lay back and looked at the ceiling of the Slytherin dormitory and listened to the lock's magic move through the stone around him, deep and constant, the way very old things moved, without urgency, without end. Outside in the castle somewhere, Professor Quirrell slept badly and woke at 3 and sat in his office pressing his turban against his head and hearing something speak to him that no one else could hear. And in the east, very slowly, the sky began to go from black to the color of something coming. Chapter 7, The Stone and the Man Beneath. Harry told Hermione on a Wednesday. He found her in the library after dinner, which was where she usually was on Wednesdays, and he sat down across from her and waited for her to finish the paragraph she was reading. She finished it, looked up, registered his expression, and closed the book. "Tell me," she said. So he told her. All of it: Quirrell, the stone, the chamber, the 3 hours at 2 in the morning, his mother's notes in the Principia, the proximity degradation, the ward reinforcement. He kept it sequential and clear because that was how Hermione processed things best and because she deserved the actual facts rather than a curated version. She listened without interrupting, which cost her something. He could see the effort of it in the way she held herself. When he finished she sat with it for a moment, her hands flat on the table, her expression cycling through several stages of something. "You went down there alone," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "In the middle of the night." 2 in the morning, Harry said. "Without telling anyone." "I'm telling you now," Harry said. She looked at him. "That is not the same thing and you know it." "I know," Harry said. "I'm sorry. I was managing the information until I understood it clearly enough to share it usefully." "Managing the information," she said, in the tone of someone noting a phrase for future reference and not in a flattering way. "Harry. There is a fragment of Voldemort's soul in this school." "Yes," Harry said. "On a professor's head. Under his turban," Harry said. Hermione stared at him. Then she picked up her quill and opened her notebook to a fresh page. "Right," she said. "Tell me about the proximity degradation. How long do we have?" Harry looked at her. "March," he said. "I think." "Then we need a plan before March," she said. "How close was the ward degradation when you reinforced it?" 30%, Harry said. "My reinforcement should slow it considerably. Maybe have the rate. So realistically we have until April, possibly May." "But you're not planning to wait until May," she said. "No," he said. "Because waiting until May means Quirrell, means Voldemort, has more time to find another approach," she said. "The stone isn't the only path to a body. It's just the current path." Harry looked at her. "Yes. Exactly. So we need to force a confrontation on our terms rather than wait for one on his," she said. Yes, Harry said. She wrote something in her notebook. She looked at it. She looked at Harry. What does he want from the stone specifically? Immortality. The stone makes the elixir of life, Harry said. But Voldemort's not just mortal, he's not embodied at all right now. The elixir gives long life, but it requires a living body to extend. He needs a body first, and there's a separate magical process for that. He paused. The stone's philosopher's component, the transmutation aspect, can theoretically be used in a completely different way. There's a dark ritual in Slytherin's private texts that uses alchemical gold as a transmutation anchor for soul magic. Hermione's quill stopped. He's not going for the elixir, Harry said. He's going for the transmutation property. He wants to use the stone to anchor a piece of his soul in something physical. Create a temporary body from it. He paused. It wouldn't be permanent. But it would be enough to perform the full embodiment ritual afterward. How do you know this? Hermione said. Slytherin's private texts, Harry said. Specifically, a volume from the vault that the school library has never had access to. It describes the ritual in detail. He paused. The fact that Voldemort knew about it suggests he accessed the same texts at some point. He was in Slytherin's house. He would have looked. Hermione wrote for 30 seconds without stopping. Then she put her quill down and looked at him with the expression she wore when she'd arrived at a conclusion that the evidence supported completely. You've been planning for this since September, she said. Since I noticed Quirrell's ward modifications, Harry said. Why didn't you tell me then? Harry considered this honestly. Because I didn't want you in danger until I understood the scope of the danger, he said. Which was a decision I made for you without consulting you. Which was wrong. He looked at her. I'm telling you now because I need your help and because you deserve to know and because I was wrong not to tell you sooner. Hermione held his gaze for a moment. She had the quality, occasionally, of looking at him the way Ragnok looked at him, that assessing steadiness, the look of someone figuring out the full dimensions of something. The note about not consulting me is filed, she said. Don't do it again. I won't, Harry said. Right. She picked up her quill again. What do you need from me? What he needed from her was research, which was what Hermione Granger did the way Harry breathed, automatically, completely, with a thoroughness that made other people's thoroughness look like a rough draft. Over the next 2 weeks she worked through everything she could find on soul magic, Voldemort's known history, the transmutation properties of Philosopher's Stones, and the specific ritual Harry had described, and she came back with 9 feet of notes and 3 corrections to Harry's initial analysis and 1 discovery he hadn't made. The ritual requires a specific alignment, she said, spreading her notes across the table between them. The transmutation anchor has to be set during a period of magical thinning. The usual calendar events don't apply here, it's not the solstice or equinox. It's this. She pointed to a line in her notes. The anniversary of the original soul fracture. Harry looked at it. The night Voldemort attacked my parents, he said. Halloween, Hermione said. Except we're past Halloween. Next Halloween is 10 months away. She looked at him. He can't do the ritual until then. Harry was still. He thought through the implications. That changes the timeline, he said. It means the March degradation window was never really the threat, she said. He needs the stone but he doesn't need it yet, not for the ritual. He's been trying to get it early to secure it. She paused. He's afraid of losing access to it. He's afraid of me, Harry said. Hermione looked at him. He knows I'm here, Harry said. He knows what the bloodlines are. He knows the prophet ran a story about my ward modifications in the school. From inside Quirrell's head, he's been watching me work all year. Harry sat back. He wants the stone secured before I do something about it. So he'll accelerate, Hermione said. Yes, Harry said. He'll move before he's ready because the alternative is that I move first. Then we need to move first, she said. Yes, Harry said. But not by going down there again. He looked at her notes. He wants me to go down there. The chamber is where he has the advantages, the defenses, the isolation, the single access point. He's hoping I'll take the bait. He paused. I'm not going to go to him. I'm going to bring him to me. Hermione stared at him. How? I'm going to make him think I found a way to destroy the stone, Harry said. Which will force him to move immediately to secure it. And when he does, I'm not going to be in the chamber. I'm going to be waiting in the third-floor corridor, outside the trapdoor. You're going to fight Voldemort in a school corridor, Hermione said. I'm going to fight Quirrell, Harry said. Voldemort in a diminished state, riding a body that he doesn't fully control, outside a chamber rather than inside one, on a corridor I have complete ward coverage on. He paused. It's not perfect. But it's better than meeting him in the dark on his terms. Hermione looked at her notes. Looked at Harry. What do you need me to do, she said. Be there, Harry said. And know what to do if it goes wrong. What counts as going wrong, she said. If I lose, Harry said simply. She held that for a moment. You're not going to lose, she said, and it was not reassurance, it was assessment, the tone of someone who had looked at the available evidence and arrived at a conclusion. But I'll know what to do. He told Dumbledore on a Thursday. Not everything, not Hermione's involvement, because that was hers to manage. But the analysis. The Halloween alignment. The plan. Dumbledore listened. He sat behind his desk with his hands folded and he listened without expression until Harry was done, and then he was quiet for a long moment. You have been running a strategic analysis of Voldemort's capabilities and intentions all year, Dumbledore said. At 11 years old. Yes, Harry said. And your proposed response is to bait him into a confrontation of your choosing rather than waiting for one of his. Yes, Harry said. The corridor wards are mine. I built them. He doesn't know exactly what they are or how they're layered. The chamber defenses he's been studying for months. He paused. He thinks he knows how I think. He thinks I'll respond to urgency by going in. I won't. Dumbledore looked at him carefully. You could be wrong about the Halloween alignment, he said. Hermione's analysis could be mistaken. It could, Harry said. It isn't. I've verified the source texts independently. If you're right about the alignment, Dumbledore said, then Voldemort's urgency to secure the stone is exactly what you describe. He's operating on fear as much as strategy. He's never met anyone he couldn't manage or destroy, Harry said. I'm something new to him. That's an advantage. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, complicated moment. I will position myself to intervene if necessary, he said. I'd rather you didn't, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyebrows moved. If you're visible, he'll wait, Harry said. He's afraid of you. He'll let Quirrell take the fall and retreat and try another angle. I need him to commit. He paused. I need him to think this is between him and me. Because then he'll come. Dumbledore was quiet. And if it goes badly? Then you intervene, Harry said. But I need 15 minutes before you do. Harry, 15 minutes, Harry said. I know what I'm doing. Dumbledore looked at him, the full look, the one that went deep, that had been recalibrating for 6 years. He looked like a man who had been wrong about a great many things and was trying very hard not to be wrong about this one. 15 minutes, he said. Not 1 second more. The message went out on a Monday in late February. Harry put it through the castle's magical communication system, a thing most students didn't know existed, but which was present in the original ward architecture and connected to every room in the castle including the professor's quarters. He sent it not as a communication but as a magical signature, a specific resonance in the ward framework that would be immediately perceptible to anything sensitive to soul magic. The message was this: He had found the ritual text for destroying a philosopher's stone without physical access to it. He let this discovery be visible in the wards the way a light was visible through a window, not announcing it, just not hiding it. He went back to dinner and ate normally and talked to Draco about Quidditch, which Draco had opinions about, and listened to Neville describe a herbology breakthrough with a quiet satisfaction that had become one of the better parts of Harry's week. Hermione sat across from him at the Gryffindor table. She'd taken to eating there sometimes, on the evenings when the Slytherin-Gryffindor social geography was less relevant than proximity, and she met his eyes over the table once and looked away, which meant she'd understood. That evening Harry walked the third-floor corridor and checked every layer of the wards he'd built there over the past 3 months. He'd been building them specifically for this, not defense in depth in the standard sense but a specific architecture that did 3 things. It prevented apparition, it degraded dark magic that passed through it, and it locked down soul magic specifically, targeting the precise frequency that a soul fragment operating without a body would produce. He'd tested the soul magic suppression against the Slytherin Vault's darkest artifacts, with Ragnok's permission, over Christmas. It worked. He stood in the corridor and felt the wards around him and thought, yes. This is the right ground. He went to bed. He slept for 6 hours, which was what he needed and so what he took. Quirrell came at 3 in the morning. Harry was already there. He was sitting on the floor of the third-floor corridor with his back against the wall and his wand in his hand, because there was no point in being theatrical about it. He heard the footsteps coming from a long way off. The castle's stone carried sound when you knew how to listen, and he sat there and waited while the steps came closer and the corridor's torches flickered as something that was not entirely Quirrell moved through the air toward them. Quirrell came around the corner and stopped. He was wearing his turban. His eyes were strange, not his own, a quality of occupation in them, something looking through them that was not the man who taught defense against the dark arts. His wand was in his hand. He looked at Harry on the floor. "You knew I'd come," he said, and the voice was both Quirrell's and not, layered, a second frequency in it that was colder and more direct. "Yes," Harry said. He stood up. "Hello." The laugh that came out of Quirrell's mouth was not Quirrell's. "The heir of everything," it said. "Sitting on the floor. I expected something more dramatic." "Dramatics are for people who need them," Harry said. "You've been preparing this all year," the voice said. "The wards in this corridor. You built them for this." "Yes," Harry said. "Why not the chamber? You could have reinforced the stone's defenses to the point of impregnability." "Because then you'd have tried something else," Harry said. "The stone isn't the problem. You are." Something moved in Quirrell's face, not the man's face, the other one, the one using it. "You cannot destroy me," it said. "You are 11 years old and powerful, yes, considerably more powerful than I anticipated, but I am Lord Voldemort and I have survived things that would end 1,000 of you." "You've survived them in pieces," Harry said. "You're not the same thing you were before Halloween 1981 and you know it." He held the voice's gaze through Quirrell's eyes. "The soul magic wards in this corridor are keyed to what you are now. Not what you were. What you are." A pause. The thing behind Quirrell's eyes recalculated. "You can feel them," Harry said. "The suppression. That's why you can't just take the corridor by force. You tried it the moment you came around the corner and something didn't work the way you expected." "Clever," it said. "And then, but suppression is not destruction." "No," Harry said. "And you are alone." "Mostly," Harry said. Quirrell raised his wand. Harry raised his. And for a moment they were completely still in the torchlight, 2 points of magic facing each other in a school corridor at 3 in the morning, and the castle breathed around them in the deep slow way of very old things. "I want you to know something," Harry said. "Before we do this." "Know what?" it said. "That I'm not afraid of you," Harry said. "Not as a brave thing I'm performing. Just, actually not afraid. Because you were something enormous once and now you're a fraction of yourself wearing a man who didn't deserve what happened to him. And that, he paused. That's not frightening. That's just sad. The temperature in the corridor dropped. You dare, it began. Harry cast. Not from his wand. He cast from both, wand in one hand, the other open, the Merlin lineage and the Pendragon lineage running through both simultaneously, which was something he'd been practicing for 3 months and which babbling had told him very few wizards in recorded history had managed to sustain. The ward that he activated was not an attack spell. It was an expulsion, a focused, precise extraction of soul magic from a host body, the framework he built into the corridor ward specifically for this moment. He designed it from the Slytherin vault texts and the Merlin Principia and his mother's annotations and 3 months of careful architecture. Quirrell screamed. Not Quirrell, the thing inside Quirrell screamed, and it was a sound that had no human quality in it, the sound of something that had survived by force of terrible will for a decade encountering something it didn't have an answer to. The wards lit along the whole corridor, all the layers activating in sequence, and the cold in the air spiked and then broke, the way fever broke, and Quirrell fell. Harry crossed the corridor in 3 steps and caught him before he hit the stone floor. He was light. The man was light, the months of occupation had taken something physical as well as everything else, and Harry lowered him to the floor carefully and looked at his face, which was Quirrell's own face now, all the occupation gone, just a man in his early 30s who looked like he had been somewhere terrible for a long time. Quirrell, Harry said. Quirrell's eyes opened. They focused with the slow difficulty of someone returning from somewhere very far away. He looked at Harry. He looked at the corridor. He looked at his own hands as though confirming they were his. Is it, he said. It's gone, Harry said. From you. Expelled. He paused. It's not destroyed. Not entirely. But it's not in you anymore and it's not going to be able to take a host again easily. The expulsion leaves a specific residue that makes reoccupation extremely difficult. He paused. We have maybe 10 minutes before it finds another form. I need you to tell me where the other Horcruxes are. Quirrell blinked. I don't, you spent a year inside his mind, Harry said. Not willingly. I know. But you were there. You heard things. He looked at Quirrell directly, the full steady look. I know you know. And I know it's going to be hard to say. But it matters. Quirrell looked at him with the eyes of someone who had survived something that shouldn't have been survived and was still working out what survival meant. A diary, he said. He mentioned, a diary, and a ring, and a locket. There were others. I don't know what they all were. He didn't think clearly about them when I was near. He swallowed. A diary. He was going to, there was a plan, for next year, involving a diary. Whose diary? Harry said. His own, Quirrell said. From when he was young. He gave it to someone. Someone at the school. Harry filed this. He looked at Quirrell. Thank you, he said. I mean that. Quirrell closed his eyes. He looked exhausted in the specific way of someone who had been fighting the same fight from the inside for a very long time without any help. Will it try to come back? Quirrell said. It will try, Harry said. That's what it does. But you're in a ward corridor that's keyed to prevent reoccupation, and I'm going to make sure you have personal wards before you go anywhere. He paused. You're going to be all right. You don't know that, Quirrell said. No, Harry said. But I know the alternative is worse, and worse isn't what's happening. He looked at Quirrell with the same certainty he'd had at 5 years old in a goblin's office under the most famous bank in Britain. You're going to be all right. Let the healers do their work. Footsteps in the corridor. Dumbledore came around the corner at 12 minutes, 3 past the 15 he promised, and Harry didn't comment on the timing because the 3 minutes were understandable and also because Dumbledore's face when he saw Quirrell on the floor and Harry crouching beside him contained something that was not surprise but was its close neighbor. Dumbledore crouched down. He looked at Quirrell. He looked at the corridor wards, which were still lit, visible even to someone who hadn't built them. He looked at Harry. "It's gone," Dumbledore said. "Expelled from him," Harry said. "Not destroyed. It's in the castle somewhere, it'll be looking for a way out." He stood up. "The external wards should prevent it from leaving. I built them to catch soul magic at the perimeter." He paused. "I built that over Christmas. I didn't tell you because I wasn't certain I was right about the Halloween alignment yet." Dumbledore looked at him. "You built containment wards around the entire castle?" "Yes," Harry said. "To trap a fragment of Voldemort's soul?" "Yes." "In November," Dumbledore said. "December, technically," Harry said. The external wards were the December work. The corridor was November through February. Dumbledore sat back on his heels. He put his hand over his mouth for a moment in a gesture that was entirely unguarded and contained, Harry thought, approximately 6 emotions simultaneously. Then he composed himself, the way Dumbledore always composed himself, and looked at Harry. "The stone," he said. "Still in the chamber," Harry said. "The degradation has stopped since the expulsion, the proximity source is gone. It should be stable for now." He paused. "But I think it should go back to Nicholas Flamel. This was always a temporary solution." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Yes, I think you're right." He looked at Quirrell. He summoned a stretcher from somewhere with the ease of someone who had done this before. "I'll take him to the hospital wing. And then we need to discuss the Horcruxes." "Yes," Harry said. "You know about the Horcruxes," Dumbledore said, and again it was not quite surprise. "I found the theory in the Slytherin texts," Harry said. "It matched what I suspected about his survival. I've been working on the identification problem since October." He paused. "I know about the diary. I know it's here, or it's going to be here. Someone at the school has it or will have it. It was probably given to a student through a Death Eater connection." Dumbledore looked at him. "Lucius Malfoy," he said, quietly. "That was my guess," Harry said. They looked at each other in the corridor, torches burning steady now that the wards had settled, the castle quiet around them with the deep quiet of very early morning. "I owe you an extraordinary debt," Dumbledore said. "Not the managed warmth of their first meeting. Something simpler and more direct. You owe me a conversation about the full scope of what Voldemort made," Harry said. "Everything you know. All of it." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "All of it. Tomorrow morning, if you're willing." "I'm willing," Harry said. Dumbledore floated Quirrell's stretcher toward the hospital wing and walked beside it, and Harry stood in the corridor alone for a moment and felt the wards around him, all of it, the month of November and the month of December and the months of careful architecture, all of it holding exactly as intended. He looked at the trapdoor. Past it and through the stone, he could feel the faint residue of the expelled soul fragment, something small and cold and frightened moving in the castle's upper reaches, looking for the exit the external wards wouldn't give it. It would find the containment eventually and it would dissipate, slowly, over days or weeks. Not destroyed but diminished, degraded, reduced to something that could no longer act. Not nothing. Not nothing yet. He knew about the diary. He knew about the ring, which the lineage memory had located in a village called Little Hangleton where the Gaunts had lived. He had a hypothesis about the locket. There were others, he didn't know how many others yet, and that was the conversation for tomorrow morning. The Horcruxes were the real problem. Had always been the real problem. Tonight was not an ending, it was a chapter, an important one, the chapter where Voldemort learned what he was dealing with, but not the last one. Harry walked back toward the Slytherin dormitory through the quiet castle. He passed the portrait of the fat friar, who was asleep. He passed 2 suits of armor and a window through which the eastern sky was showing the earliest, faintest suggestion of a change in the dark, not light yet, not even close, but the sky a slightly different quality of black. In the hospital wing, Quirrell was sleeping under Madame Pomfrey's care. In the Gryffindor Tower, Hermione Granger was lying awake waiting to hear from him. He sent her a message the way babbling had taught him, years ago, a clean simple pulse through the ward network, 3 beats, which meant, done. Fine. Tomorrow. He felt her response come back in the same channel, 2 beats, good. He went to his dormitory. He sat on the edge of his bed and in his journal wrote, Quirrell's clear. Soul fragment expelled and contained in the castle perimeter. Halloween alignment confirmed, the stone ritual was never the immediate threat. The diary is the next problem. Lucius Malfoy, probably. He paused. Talked to it tonight, to Voldemort, properly for the first time. Another pause. He was afraid. Genuinely afraid. He'd been afraid since September, watching me work. He looked at this line for a moment. I don't think he's ever been afraid before. Not really. Not of something he couldn't predict. He wrote one more line, that changes everything about how the rest of this goes. He put the journal away. Outside the castle, the sky went on doing what it was doing, the very slow, unstoppable shift from dark to less dark that happened every morning regardless of what the night had held, the kind of change that didn't announce itself but simply, incrementally, arrived. Chapter 8, The shape of what comes next. The morning after was an ordinary morning. That was the thing nobody told you about significant events, the world didn't reorganize itself to acknowledge them. The great hall still smelled of porridge and toast at 7:30. Neville was still feeding Trevor pieces of lettuce under the table in a way that fooled nobody. Draco was still annotating something in the margins of his potions notes with the focused dissatisfaction of someone who had found an error and was personally offended by it. Harry ate his breakfast and let the ordinary morning be ordinary. Hermione arrived at the Gryffindor table and then redirected toward Slytherin without breaking stride, which she did sometimes now and which had stopped being remarkable about a month ago. She sat across from him and poured herself tea and looked at him with the assessing expression she wore when she was checking the difference between what someone said and what was actually true. You look fine, she said. I am fine, Harry said. Did you sleep? 4 hours, Harry said. I needed 4. She looked at him for another moment. Tell me what happened. All of it. He told her. She listened the way she always listened, completely, the full attention of someone who was simultaneously taking in the information and building the next question from it. When he finished she wrapped both hands around her teacup and looked at the table. The diary, she said. The diary, Harry confirmed. That's the immediate problem. Quirrell gave me enough to work with, Tom Riddle's diary, probably dating from the 1940s when he was at Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy has it or will give it to someone. He paused. The plan was to introduce it into the school through a student. Ginny Weasley, Hermione said. Harry looked at her. I've been doing my own reading, she said. On Voldemort's known associations and the families connected to them. The Weasleys have been a Malfoy target for years. Arthur Weasley's Muggle protection work directly opposes Lucius's political position. Using Ginny is exactly the kind of move Malfoy would make if he wanted deniability. She met his eyes. I found this last week. I was waiting to see what the corridor situation produced before bringing it. Harry looked at her. You were running your own parallel analysis. Yes, she said, without apology. Harry thought about the conversation 3 weeks ago when he told her not to keep her out of things. He thought about the fact that she'd been building her own picture the entire time without needing him to include her. You're extraordinary, he said. She blinked. It was one of the few things that visibly surprised her. Don't be patronizing, she said. I'm not, he said. I'm being accurate. There's a difference. He paused. Can I see your notes? She produced them from her bag. She always had her bag, it was practically a physical extension of her, and slid them across. He read while she drank her tea. Her analysis was thorough and in several places more complete than his, particularly on the Malfoy connection and on the history of Riddle's time at Hogwarts. She'd found a reference in the restricted section of the library to a diary kept by a Hogwarts prefect in the 1940s that matched the description Quirrell had given. "This is the one," Harry said, tapping the reference. "This is it." "I know," she said. "I've already sent a letter to Gringotts." "To Grimna." Harry set down the notes. About the legal mechanism for requiring the surrender of a dark artifact when there's evidence it belongs to a specific family vault, Hermione said. "If the diary is a Slytherin family artifact, and given when it was made and by whom, it almost certainly is, then as Lord Slytherin you have the right to demand its return under property law." Harry stared at her. "It's in Grimna's section of the inheritance documents," Hermione said. Chapter 11. "I read the whole thing over Christmas." "You read the inheritance documents," Harry said. "You gave me access to the summary for the board meeting preparation," she said. "I may have read more than the summary." He looked at her for a long moment with something that was a complete feeling and didn't need to be explained. She held the look with the composure of someone who found gratitude slightly less comfortable than intellectual engagement but was learning to accept both. "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me yet," she said. "Grimna needs to confirm the mechanism is viable. And Malfoy will fight it." "He'll fight it and lose," Harry said. "He can't argue against a lord's property claim in open Wisengamot session without revealing that he has a dark artifact associated with Voldemort." He thought about this. "Which is exactly what I want him to have to choose between." Hermione picked up her tea. "You're going to make him choose between surrendering the diary quietly or being exposed publicly." "Yes," Harry said. "He'll surrender it quietly," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "And without the diary, whatever Voldemort was planning for next year doesn't happen. The Chamber of Secrets doesn't open. Ginny Weasley doesn't nearly die." He paused. "A lot of things don't happen." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "You know about the Chamber of Secrets," she said. "I know about everything Salazar built," Harry said. "It's in the vault. I've known about the chamber since February." He paused. "I wasn't planning to tell Dumbledore until I had the diary situation resolved. The chamber itself is not dangerous without the diary as the activation mechanism." Hermione looked at him steadily. "Harry." "I know," he said. "Information management again." "I'm working on it." "Work faster," she said, but the edge of it was less sharp than it might have been. The meeting with Dumbledore was at 9 in the morning, and Harry walked into the office to find that Dumbledore had prepared. The desk was clear except for a pot of tea and 2 cups and a bowl of sherbet lemons, and Dumbledore himself had the look of a man who had spent the hours between 3 in the morning and 9 making a series of decisions about honesty. "Everything," Dumbledore said, when Harry sat down. "You asked for everything I know. I'm going to give it to you." "Thank you," Harry said. Dumbledore talked for 2 hours. He talked about Tom Riddle, the orphan, the scholarship to Hogwarts, the extraordinary talent and the deep, specific damage underneath it. He talked about what he suspected of the Horcruxes from his own research, which was thorough and careful and had been conducted over decades in the specific patient way that Dumbledore did most things. He named 6 of them: the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake, and when he got to the 6th he paused. "There may be a 7th, he said. "Unintentional. A 6th Horcrux was never the plan. The soul becomes less stable at each fracture, and by the 7th fracture it's barely coherent, but the night he attacked your parents, the rebounding curse," he stopped. He looked at Harry. "I have a theory that I have not been able to verify and that I have not told anyone because the implications of it being true are," he stopped again. "Tell me," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. There was something in his face that Harry hadn't seen before, not the managed warmth or the careful watchfulness or the composed authority. Something older and more painful. "I believe," Dumbledore said, very quietly, "that when the killing curse rebounded from you, the shock of it fractured Voldemort's soul again, involuntarily, and that the fragment may have embedded itself in the nearest available living vessel. The room was very still. "Me," Harry said. "I'm not certain," Dumbledore said. "I have never been certain. There are indicators, your connection to him, the Parseltongue, certain aspects of the night itself, but they're circumstantial. The direct test would require," he paused. "It would require you to be willing to die. Or for a Horcrux to be destroyed while I'm alive," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "If I'm a Horcrux, and another one is destroyed, I should feel something," Harry said. "Some kind of resonance. The soul magic is connected." He thought about the corridor last night, the cold, the specific quality of the expelled fragment. "I didn't feel anything when the Quirrell fragment was expelled." "The Quirrell fragment was not a Horcrux," Dumbledore said. "It was an accidental soul remnant, different mechanism." "Right," Harry said. He thought about this. He turned it over with the same deliberate attention he brought to ward architecture. "If I am a Horcrux, then I can't be killed without the piece of Voldemort's soul in me being destroyed at the same time," he said. "Which means the only way to remove it would be something that targeted it specifically, not me." "That would require magic of extraordinary precision," Dumbledore said. "I know," Harry said. "But it would be possible in theory." Dumbledore looked at him. "You're not afraid," he said. "Should I be?" Harry said. "Most people would find the suggestion that they might carry a fragment of Voldemort's soul upsetting." "Yes," Harry said. "And I'll be honest with you, I'll need some time with this. Tonight. To sit with it." He paused. "But being upset doesn't change the facts and it doesn't change what needs to be done." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "I'm not nothing because of this. I'm not him because of this. Whatever is in me isn't me." Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long moment, and whatever moved through his expression was the most unguarded Harry had ever seen him, something very close to the look his parents had in the mirror, the look that had no name for it except that it was profound and specific and not something that could be performed. "No," Dumbledore said. "It isn't you at all." "Right," Harry said. "Then let's find a way to take it out." The letter to Lucius Malfoy went out that afternoon. It was from Grimna, on official Gringotts letterhead, and it was 8 lines long and cited 4 specific sections of ancient property law and was written in the particular tone that Gringotts used for official demands, not threatening, just absolutely certain, the tone of an institution that had been conducting business since before the Ministry of Magic existed and found the Ministry's opinions about legal procedure mildly interesting at best. It said, in summary, Gringotts, acting on behalf of Lord Harry James Potter-Black-Slytherin, was aware that Lucius Abraxas Malfoy was in possession of an artifact, a diary, circa 1940s, containing significant magical imbuing consistent with Slytherin family craftsmanship, that fell under the property claim of the Slytherin Vault. Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin requested its voluntary surrender within 14 days. Failure to comply would result in a formal petition to the Wisingamot for compelled surrender, during which the nature of the artifact's magical imbuing would necessarily be entered into the public record. Harry read the letter before it was sent. "Good," he said. "He'll respond within 3 days, Grimna said, on Flo from Gringotts. He's going to hate this." "I know," Harry said. "He has 2 choices and both of them cost him something," Grimna said, with the professional satisfaction of someone whose legal architecture had performed exactly as designed. "Either he surrenders the diary and loses whatever leverage it was supposed to give him, or he contests the claim and explains in open session why he has it." "He'll surrender it," Harry said. "With conditions. He'll want something in return." "What will you give him?" Grimna said. Harry thought about this. "Silence," he said. "On our end. If he surrenders it without a fight, I won't pursue the question of how he came to have a Slytherin artifact containing what I'm going to formally describe in the record as a dangerous imbuing of unknown origin. He can keep his plausible deniability." Grimna was quiet for a moment. "You're letting him off," she said. I'm trading a political resource I don't need right now for an outcome I need immediately, Harry said. I'm not letting him off. I'm choosing my ground. He paused. He'll owe me. That's not nothing. Grimna made the sound that was her version of approval, a brief, precise acknowledgement. I'll have the response conditions drafted. Lucius Malfoy responded in 2 days. The diary arrived by ministry-grade secure courier on a Thursday morning, wrapped in 3 layers of containment wards that were professionally done. Malfoy had enough sense to handle a Horcrux carefully even without fully knowing what it was, and accompanied by a single line on Malfoy Manor notepaper, as discussed with your legal representative, I was unaware of the full nature of this artifact. I return it in good faith. L. Malfoy. Harry unwrapped the containment layers carefully in the Gringotts vault room, with Ragnok and Grimna present. He looked at the diary. Black cover, T.M. Riddle embossed on the front. He could feel the soul magic in it from a foot away, colder than the Slytherin ring's deep water, more hostile, the specific quality of something that had been trapped and was not happy about it. He looked at Ragnok. Basilisk venom would destroy it, he said. Or fiend fire. But both of those are difficult to control. I have something better, Ragnok said. He produced a case from the vault storage, a small iron case, the kind that goblins used for magical containment. Inside, on a cushion, was a single tooth. It was about 4 inches long and slightly yellowed and contained more magical power than anything of its size had any right to. Basilisk Fong. Harry said. From Hogwarts' own specimen, Ragnok said. The Chamber of Secrets Basilisk. We acquired the Fong after Salazar's founding. The creature was a ward mechanism, not a pet, and several components were preserved in the vault. He paused. We had it all along. Harry looked at the Fong. He looked at the diary. May I? He said. Ragnok handed him the case. Harry looked at the diary for a moment. He thought about Tom Riddle, the damaged, brilliant, terrified boy who had grown into something that had destroyed his family and ruined Sirius and killed too many people to name. He thought about the piece of that soul trapped in paper and ink and old magic, waiting for a host, waiting for a chance. He drove the Fong through the diary. The scream that came from it had no physical source, it moved through the air like something between sound and feeling, a sustained note of something that had no human equivalent, and then it thinned and was gone. Black ink bled from the puncture wound the way blood bled, spreading across the pages, and the diary lay still. Harry put the Fong back in the case. He looked at the dead diary on the vault floor. 1, he said. 1, Ragnok confirmed. The end of the school year arrived with the peculiar compressed quality of a term that had contained several years' worth of events. Exams happened. Harry took them with the straightforward approach he took most things, prepared, focused, thorough, and found them, in all honesty, straightforward. Not because the questions were easy but because 6 years of babbling had given him a foundation that turned Newt-level concepts into things that were merely interesting rather than daunting, and because the Merlin lineage had opinions about examination-style questions that were almost annoyingly applicable. Hermione took them differently, with the specific intensity of someone for whom exams were a form of personal reckoning, each question a small test of whether she'd done enough. She had done enough. She always had. Harry told her this before every exam and she said she knew and then sat down and prepared exactly the same way regardless, which he found both familiar and completely understandable. Neville took his end-of-year practical on a Thursday. Harry didn't watch, he thought Neville didn't need an audience. But he heard about it from Neville at dinner, the specific quality of his expression saying everything before the words did. He'd levitated a plant in herbology without preparation, without trying. Had done it automatically, the right way, the feeling rather than the watching. Professor Sprout, Neville said with the expression of someone still adjusting to good news, had told him he had a rare gift. She's right, Harry said. She said she'd never seen a first year with that natural an affinity for plant magic, Neville said. She's right about that too, Harry said. Neville looked at him with the expression he'd had in the empty classroom at the beginning of the year, when Harry had told him his grandmother was wrong. The expression of someone who was integrating a new map and finding it unexpectedly livable. "I've been thinking," Neville said carefully, "about what I want to do when I'm done with school. I think, plants. I think that's it." "Herbology is underrated," Harry said. "My grandmother thinks it's a soft subject," Neville said. "Your grandmother," Harry said, "has been wrong about you since the beginning, and I think you know that now." Neville was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled, not the uncertain smile he'd had in September but something fuller and more settled. "Yes," he said. "I think I do." The last week of term, Dumbledore held a brief public version of a significant conversation. At the end of year feast, with all 4 houses assembled, he acknowledged that Professor Quirrell had been required to leave his position for health reasons and that a new defense professor would be appointed for the following year. He said this with the specific careful language of someone who was managing what could be said in a public forum. What he did not say, what only Harry and Hermione and 4 other people knew, was that Quirrell was currently at St. Mungo's recovering from a year of involuntary occupation, that the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had occupied him was contained and degrading within Hogwarts' external wards, and that the Philosopher's Stone had been returned to Nicholas Flamel that Tuesday morning. The feast was loud and good, and the Slytherin house had won the House Cup, which produced a specific quality of reaction from the rest of the school that Harry found mildly entertaining. He sat at the Slytherin table and ate and talked to Draco, who was pleased about the cup in the way he was pleased about things he'd expected but hadn't been sure of, with relief underneath the satisfaction. "Next year," Draco said. "Next year what?" Harry said. "Next year will be better," Draco said. "This year it was more than I expected." Harry looked at him. Over the course of the year Draco had become something that didn't fit the category Harry had initially placed him in. Not a simple redemption arc, that was too clean for what was actually happening, which was messier and more interesting, a boy who had been given every tool for a specific kind of life gradually discovering that he had opinions the tools hadn't accounted for. He argued better now. He read things his parents hadn't assigned him. He'd come to Harry twice this year with something he'd disagreed with, and both times the disagreement had been genuine and both times the argument had produced something better than either position had started as. "It was more than I expected too," Harry said. Draco looked at him sideways. "The diary situation," he said, quietly. Harry looked at him. "My father told me he'd handled a situation with you," Draco said. He didn't say what. But he mentioned it. He paused. He was not his normal way about it. He was careful. "It's handled," Harry said. "I know," Draco said. "I'm not asking what it was." He was quiet for a moment. I want you to know that whatever he had, whatever he was planning to use it for, I'm glad it went the way it went." Harry looked at him steadily. "He's my father," Draco said. "That doesn't change." "But..." He paused. "He's wrong about things. More things than I used to think." He picked up his goblet. "That's all." "That's not nothing," Harry said. "No," Draco said. "It isn't." On the last morning, Harry walked the Hogwarts grounds alone before breakfast. It was the kind of early morning the Highlands did that no other place quite managed, the light not fully arrived, the lock flat and dark, the castle behind him with its windows just beginning to catch the first real sun and throw it back. The wards he'd built and modified all year ran through the grounds like a conversation he could feel, the architecture of them as familiar as handwriting, his own intentions woven into the castle's much older framework. He walked to the lock's edge and stood there. He thought about the summer, Linwood, Sirius, Babbling's continuing lessons, the identification work on the remaining Horcruxes. He had a location for the ring. He had a hypothesis about the locket. He knew the cup was in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. He knew the diadem was in the Room of Requirement, which was a room that most Hogwarts students didn't know existed but which the Ravenclaw vault texts had described in detail. He knew about the snake. And he knew about himself. He stood with that knowledge the way he promised himself he would, sat with it that first night, alone in the Slytherin dormitory while his classmates slept, let it be exactly what it was without making it smaller or larger. The possibility that part of Voldemort's soul had been living in him since he was a year old. He'd spent 3 evenings working through the magical theory of it with Hermione, who approached the problem with the specific practical ferocity she brought to things that frightened her, not by talking about the fear but by working through the problem until the fear had less room. They'd found a theoretical framework. Not a certain one. Not a proven one. But a real one, using the same deep magic principles that had expelled the soul fragment from Quirrell, applied with the extraordinary precision that babbling had spent 6 years teaching him to achieve. It wasn't something he'd attempt alone. It wasn't something he'd attempt soon. But it was possible, and possible was everything. He reached into his pocket and held his wand. The dark wood and the thestral hair and the 1,000-year patience of it. He thought about Ollivander saying it was waiting. He thought about the sword in the Pendragon vault that he was closer to ready for than he'd been at 5, not ready yet, but closer. He cast something, standing at the lock's edge. Not at anything. Just out, into the morning air above the water, a complex working, all 5 lineages running through it simultaneously the way he could now manage without forcing it, the way breathing was managed, the way all the things that had been learned thoroughly enough became automatic. It lit the air above the lock in 5 colors, the same 5 that had appeared in Ollivander's shop, gold and silver and black and green and the one with no name, and spread outward in a pattern that was not decorative but structural, a working that mapped the magical landscape around the castle in 3 dimensions and showed him everything that was there. He stood in it and looked. The castle's wards, his modifications visible in their specific quality. The grounds, clean and settled. The forest, old and deep and containing things that were not threats but were not tame either. The Whomping Willow, which had a magical signature Harry had always found oddly sympathetic. The external perimeter, the Quirrell fragments still degrading slowly inside it, smaller every day. And under the castle, deep in the earth, the Chamber of Secrets, sealed now, the diary destroyed, the activation mechanism gone. An empty room with a very large dead basilisk in it and a lot of Slytherin family history. He let the working dissolve and stood in the ordinary morning again. Footsteps behind him. He didn't need to turn around. Early, Hermione said, arriving beside him with her hair doing what it always did in outdoor humidity and her bag already on her shoulder because she was Hermione Granger and would be carrying books to her own funeral. Always, Harry said. She stood beside him and looked at the lock. I've been thinking about the summer, she said. What about it? I want to work on the extraction theory, she said. The Horcrux in you. I want to formalize the theoretical framework, not just the preliminary notes we have. I want something that's actually tested and rigorous before we try anything. That's going to take at least 2 summers, Harry said. Then we have 2 summers, she said. I'm not suggesting we rush it. She paused. I'm suggesting we do it properly. He looked at her. She was looking at the lock with the focused expression of someone who was already 3 steps into the problem and was managing the conversation concurrently with the thinking. He had known her for 9 months and she was already one of the most important people in his life, which he found remarkable and entirely unsurprising. 2 summers, he said. Yes. And the ring, she said. Little Hangleton. I've been researching the Gaunt family and I think the ring has a second layer of enchantment on it that isn't the Horcrux. A curse. Possibly Dumbledore's work, something Dumbledore would need to be involved in removing. Harry turned to look at her fully. You've been researching the Gaunt family. For 3 weeks, she said, without looking away from the lock. You didn't tell me about it but it was in the inheritance documents and once I had the framework from the diary work the ring was the logical next step. Hermione, Harry said. She looked at him. We're doing this together, he said. All of it. I'm not going to manage information with you anymore. She held his gaze. Good, she said. Not warmly. Hermione Granger's version of good was cleaner and more direct than warm, which was one of the many reasons he trusted it completely. Then let's start on the Gaunt Curse theory when we get back from the holidays. Agreed, Harry said. She looked at the lock again. I'm going to miss this, she said. The castle. I didn't expect to, but I will. You'll be back in September, Harry said. I know, she said. That's not the same as not missing it. Harry looked at the castle above them, the old stone and the lit windows and the ancient ward framework that was his now in a way it hadn't been in September, not because he'd claimed it but because he'd worked in it, had his intentions woven through it, had stood in its corridors at 3 a.m. and done something that mattered. Yes, he said. I know what you mean. The express back to London was loud and good and full of the specific energy of a school year ending, relief and nostalgia competing in real time, the way they always did. Harry's compartment held him and Hermione and Neville, and Draco appeared in the doorway around lunchtime and stood there with the expression of someone who had made a decision and was performing it as casually as possible. There's no room in my compartment, he said. There's room here, Harry said. Draco came in and sat down and did not say anything about it being a mixed house arrangement and did not say anything about Neville's toad making sounds. He pulled out a book and read, and Trevor made sounds, and Hermione and Neville talked about herbology, and Harry looked out the window at Scotland giving way to England the same way it had given way when he was 11 years old on a different journey, and it was not the same at all. At King's Cross, on the platform, Sirius was waiting. He looked good. He looked better than good, he looked like himself, or whatever himself was going to settle into being, the rebuilt version that had 6 years of recovery and work in it. He was leaning against the pillar with his hands in his jacket pockets and he was wearing Muggle jeans and a leather jacket and he looked simultaneously like someone who had been through everything and someone who had come out the other side with something still burning. He looked at Harry coming through the barrier and grinned, the full grin, the reckless one. End of first year, Sirius said. End of first year, Harry confirmed. Sirius looked at him. Did the thing he sometimes did, the rapid assessment of Harry's face that was left over from the early years, checking. Whatever he found, it settled him. Anything I should know about? Some of it, Harry said. There's a lot. Linwood, then, Sirius said. Tonight. Remus is there. I made a fire. Harry thought about the fire at Linwood. About Remus and Sirius and the library and the Highland Valley and the wards he'd built when he was 6 years old that were still holding. He thought about babbling arriving at 9 a.m. and the apple on the desk and the sound of stone becoming water. He thought about the summer ahead, the gaunt ring research, the extraction theory, the slow careful work of identifying and dismantling every piece of a soul that had tried very hard to end his family and had not, quite, managed it. Let me say goodbye, Harry said. Sirius nodded and gave him room. He went back to where Hermione was being reunited with her parents, a pair of people who were clearly dentists, which was somehow entirely consistent with producing Hermione, and he said goodbye to her properly, which meant, next week on the flu, the gaunt research, the Hebridean black dragon incident she wanted to compare to the basilisk venom theory. She said yes to all three. She hugged him briefly and let go and then turned back to her parents because she was also 11 years old and her parents hadn't seen her in 9 months. Neville was on the platform with his grandmother, a formidable woman in a large hat who looked at Harry with the assessing quality of someone who had read the Prophet and was recalibrating several things at once. Harry shook her hand, because she clearly expected it, and she shook his back with the firm grip of someone who did not waste handshakes. You've been good for Neville, she said. He's been good for himself, Harry said. She looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes that contained, Harry thought, the beginning of a revised opinion. She said. He said goodbye to Neville, who looked at him with the expression of someone who had arrived at King's Cross in September not knowing what they were capable of and was leaving knowing considerably more. Same time next year? Harry said. Neville grinned. Same time next year. Draco was at the other end of the platform with his mother, who looked at Harry across the distance with cool appraising eyes that contained absolutely nothing readable, and then looked away. Draco raised one hand in a gesture that was not quite a wave but contained the intention of one. Harry raised his back. Then he walked back to Sirius. They went through the barrier together and out into King's Cross, which was loud and ordinary and full of muggles going about their specific muggle lives, and Sirius had his motorcycle parked in a way that was technically illegal but was surrounded by a mild confusion charm that made traffic wardens look at it and then look away. "The motorcycle?" Harry said. "It's July," Sirius said. "The weather's fine." "The weather in Scotland is never fine in July," Harry said. "We're in London," Sirius said. "Different rules." He swung onto the seat and looked at Harry. "Coming?" Harry looked at the motorcycle. He looked at King's Cross. He looked at Sirius, who was 47% better at risk assessment than he'd been 6 years ago, which was significant improvement from a very low baseline. He got on. The motorcycle moved out into London traffic with the specific authority of a machine that had been modified by magic well past what it had been designed to do. Harry held on and let the city move around them, the density of it, the noise, the specific energy of several million people all existing simultaneously in the same complicated space. He thought about the diary on the vault floor with its black ink bleeding out. He thought about one. He thought about the ring in Little Hangleton and the locket and the cup and the diadem and the snake. He thought about himself, about what Dumbledore suspected and what the theory suggested and the 2 summers he and Hermione were going to spend proving it was possible and then doing something about it. He thought about Voldemort learning this year what it meant to be afraid. He thought about how that fear would change the next move, and the move after that, and how everything that came next was going to be a version of this. Someone who had spent years managing Harry finding out that Harry could not be managed, had never been manageable, had been quietly and patiently and without any particular anger dismantling the walls built around his absence since he was 5 years old. The motorcycle cleared London's northern edge and the road opened up and Sirius accelerated and Harry let the speed be exactly what it was, not frightening, just fast, the wind clean and direct and the sky above England vast and particular, the clouds doing what clouds did, the summer light coming through them in long moving columns that swept the fields below. Everything was unfinished. That was all right. Everything was always unfinished. That was what made it a story. Harry Potter, Lord Potter-Black-Slytherin, heir of Merlin, heir of Pendragon, first-year student, 11 years old, the boy who lived in a cupboard until he didn't, held on as the motorcycle climbed north, and somewhere behind them, in a bank vault in London, a sword waited with the patient certainty of something that knew its time was coming. And somewhere much further away, in whatever diminished formless state it now inhabited, something that had been enormous sat with its new and unfamiliar feeling and turned it over and could not name it and could not shake it. And in a house in Little Hangleton, in a box under floorboards in an empty room, a ring with a black stone sat with a crack already in its setting, waiting for someone who knew what it was. And the summer came on.